That's a great thing to start out a stream with. Cough right into the mic, right? What up, Tin Can? Yo. How are we? It is Vagabond time. Oh my god, instantly, hang on. I swear to god, every time I start getting on stream, it's like the time that my sinuses are like, yeah, now it's time to like start acting up on you. Of course, you now can't stop listening to Dungeon Synth. You're welcome. All right. Now, it's a good problem to have, I promise. No, this is almost too quiet. We're doing good. All right. Oh, damn, I meant to grab coffee. I'll go get it here in a little bit. Okay. So, oh, it's that good inscription bullshit. Oh, that's too loud. Now you're too loud. Okay. So, these two have got to get resolved today. I've got to get in on the dancer, and I've got to get in on the pugilist. Last night, I was trying to think of, like, what this thing could want. Because dance flares are not really fitting in with the design of Vagabond anymore. The toxic voice is also harassing you and preventing you from sleeping much last night, but it's getting better. Oh, shit. Well, I hope you get a nap in today. Tin Can. God. I don't know what it is, but as soon as I start streaming, I could be sitting here for hours, no big problem. Suddenly I start streaming and my face is just like, it's now time to get all the disgusting sounds out. I don't know. But a couple things I'm working on right now are trying to figure out what's happening with some of the like unarmed specialists in the game. You think some of the more popular flares can be turned into class features, perhaps? Even still, they're gimmicky. These are ones like people are like, haha, this thing let me moon dance. And I'm like, okay, well, or moonwalk or whatever. And I'm like, okay. Maybe that's not exactly what we want to go with, right? That's so video gamey. But in terms of everything that I've learned, like from designing this original concept, like in 2021 or whenever the hell that was, maybe that was 2020. When the hell did I make this class? But anyway, so back then, this is the one feature right here that had everybody going, yes, that, yes, please. This is what I want to do as a dancer. This one feature is the thing that a lot of people see and think they're going to get a lot of use out of that throughout the entire game. And it is very true. This feature is stronger than what I had originally written for D&D 5e. And this is really, really, really impactful in helping to get the most out of the action economy per turn. I honestly think that second turn, if we're talking about like the value of what happens on a second action, it's more than just numbers of damage output. We're talking about all kinds of tactical positioning things that open up because of this. Like, this is so strong. And a lot of people are going to look at it and think, this isn't damage output. Fuck you, it isn't. This is scary good. If you have somebody who is out there that has reliable crit reduction, that whatever, this is so damn good. Your spellcasters, now whenever they're casting magic to heal somebody, they don't have to worry about getting shafted on maybe doing some DPS that turn as well. If they wanted to, right? I had talked a little bit yesterday about one of the observations I had made whenever I started playing Hylix, and how that's kind of carrying over into the Luminari, and what I'm kind of thinking about in designing a healing focused class, right? So with the Luminari, I'm looking at doing things like Overheal. If a being regains health from a miracle you cast that exceeds its maximum health, you can grant that excess to yourself or a being within your sight, right? Looking at, cast out evil. When you cast Cure, you can end one status causing both you and the target to be charmed, dazed, or frightened or possessed by an outer or undead. Notice that this is affecting you and the target, right? Is that how you pronounce it? What, Luminari? Luminary? However people want to say it, right? So what's happening here is we have to make these, well, I say we have to. I like games where healing-based stuff is not getting screwed out of, like, performing, or whenever it does the action it's supposed to do. There's a really bad effect that can happen here. I was calling it like the healing and damage cycle, but it's basically like this, right? Let's say, and I was bringing up Hylix because Hylix fixed this, or Hylix, however you want to say it. That might be what you're saying right there. So, healer. Here, let's back this up. Okay, healer. Why is this? Alright, so let's talk about what the turns are going to be like, right? Deals damage, AoE to, okay. Heals C1. I don't know. Let's just say 20. Let's just say rogue, sure. Why is this doing this? Okay, so we see how the cycle is kind of going in here, right? Where the enemy is going to deal damage to this entire group. Fighter is going to attack. The healer is going to heal character 1 for 20 health right here. The rogue is going to attack. Okay, this thing is going to come out and deal AoE to C1, C2, C3, right? So there's this constant struggle going on where the healer just feels like they're not really doing shit because they can't hope to keep up with the damage output of what's happening here with the enemy, right? And it's not that they necessarily should be able to, but I do feel like if you are one of a group of 4 on your team that is focused on healing, and this is a loop that just keeps getting established every turn, right? Where like, oh, I'm going to be stuck healing now. Now I am actually a heal bot because that's the only thing I do on my turn. I know that damage is getting thrown out to the entire group. I have to keep healing or else we're all going to die, right? And that's not exactly great. But what I like about Hylix and what Mason Lindroth did was there's a cycle that happens like this. I say a cycle. Rather, this is how the main heal, quote-unquote, spell of the game is going, right? Okay. So, what's happening here is they're going to heal this target for 20, right? So there's this damage that went out there. Healer heals for 20 and self-guards. Now, this next turn that's coming up, this healer's taking less damage from this, right? Now, I don't necessarily think that this is all that incredible and fun of a play style, But I do think that this is a way that this is helping to cut back on the whack-a-mole or the constant, like, death spiral that's sort of happening here, right? So there's one way that we could do this where we're talking about, like, okay, whenever you heal, then you get favor on the next defense check you make or something like that. That already feels like that's pretty good, right? Now, it's cool. Oh, this is one way to fix this, or one way to start trying to address something like this, right? Another way, and I think that this may have been something that they were trying to help, like, deal with back in the day. So whenever, like, you were trying to save against AoEs, and then on a pass, you still took half the damage, that feels more like they're trying to address the issue of enemies not having a whole lot happening in the action economy, right? But in Vagabond, one of the things that's kind of rough is that you're still having to cast and do the cast check to heal. I don't really think that that has great play feel. If you are casting to heal somebody and it doesn't work, I don't know that that's ever really good. Like, I don't know that that's really a fun play feel. You are picking up a support, and for you to support, you're already taking a responsibility, I guess, of, like, you know what? I'm not really all that big on doing the damage. I think that we need a healer. I'm willing to be that healer. Cool. Because of that, we need to give you something. We need to make it not suck and be unfun to be a healer. One of the things I have heard a lot in the playtest feedback about, I guess, whenever people are playing Cleric / Luminari, they're happy with the versatility that's happening in the essences. They're happy with the way that it plays. And that's still telling me that nobody's really looking at it incredibly critically, because there is a little bit of an that isn't being addressed totally, right? That's the issue you were raising with cast checks on willing targets. Yeah, like, so if it's a willing target, I don't know that it should require the check. Because in any time you just kind of want this shit to work, right? You just came in. Is there a reason to limit it to guard? Funny enough, Mercy can No, I was just talking about what they were doing in Hylix. Like, and so that's what's happening in that game, right? There's a self guard that happens in that instance. There's also the thing of healers. In that first turn of combat, you are fucking useless. Healing in particular with initiative-based systems, healers are absolutely fucking dog shit on the first turn of combat, because there should not be any damage there for them to need to heal up, right? If your party is going first, you don't have anything that you can do. So there's a pain point that happens here, and I haven't seen really D&D addressing this either, where Cleric's first turn of combat, they've essentially just shucked it off to being like, yeah, you're a fighter for that first round of combat. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. Or you're a worse off wizard, right? What do I want the healing procedure to be in Vagabond? Oh, I've already kind of brought up some stuff with this. So healers, that's the second time I've done that. These are just kind of I'll just put my notes here. During the first round of combat, healers are notoriously terrible if their party goes first. Literally any time after that, healers are great. They kick on in combat. But that first round of combat, healers aren't doing shit. Yeah, so as a cleric, your first turn is either to fight, buff, or debuff, right? So in that first turn of combat, we've got to look at, like, what are they getting here? Not really much of anything for that first turn. Not for buffing. There is Bless that's put into the game, but that's not a given in here. So this isn't exactly something that I think has to be addressed. But whenever I'm looking at some certain features that I'm like, what would be good for it to have? This is a notoriously bad part of the rhythm of war for any healer whatsoever, right? So, Cleric's Bless Their Spirit. Well, that's 5e. That's 5e. And if those are particular spell choices that's going on, that where it's like, well, yeah, those are because those spells are those spells. But whenever we're talking about, like, if I'm looking here at like Vagabond, or I'm looking at what like other dedicated healers are like in games like Dragon Quest or whatever, we have to have a bit more support identity kicking on early. And not just in healing, it needs something to like click in. You just let healing work as temporary hit points. Now we're not doing 5e shit. This is what Overheal's already doing right here. It's not that there's an excess that's being granted as quote-unquote temporary hit points. It's literally like, if a being regains health from a miracle you cast that exceeds its maximum health, you can grant the excess to yourself or a being in your sight. Temporary hit points, insofar as like what they do with 5e and everything, it's a mechanic that not a lot of people really intuit. Like, it seems like, oh, okay, well, I can get these right here. And then if I get more of them, suddenly I have to erase the other ones because I just got more of these things all of a sudden from out of nowhere. And the whole reason that's in here is because if we can just stack it up, then that's all we're going to do. And it's an odd arbitration to me. And like, especially if it's only to do this one thing, I would try to figure out a different way that we could like give the Luminari an interesting first turn, right? Like how in Final Fantasy XIV might have white mages, but the white mage is also helping with damage. All the support classes are doing damage. Yeah. So like that first turn, I don't know that this particularly has to be a thing that gets addressed immediately, but it is something to note that I'm like, this is just not super great, right? Now, going kind of back up here to the point of why I came over here, I've been trying to address a sort of like heal repetition that I keep seeing happening in RPGs. Whenever RPGs have turn-based combat, there is a rhythm that happens to healing that I'm watching as some games try to address. I was playing Chrono Trigger again for like, I was just talking about this yesterday. So I was playing Chrono Trigger again for the, I think like the fifth or sixth time in my life, while I was sick with COVID. And there's something in particular I noticed about healing that also made me think, yeah, this is rough. Really, really early on into the game, all you have is Marl to really do healing with. Thank God they give you Chrono and Aura Whirl, because if you didn't, oh my God, that would just suck so hard. But the problem is, it hasn't addressed the issue of the action economy that's exchanged here in order to keep up with an enemy that most likely has a big enough health pool and attack damage to deal with 3 other characters, right? Do I have a solution in mind, or am I still looking for an idea? Oh, no, I'm just kind of like talking. Like, this is something I am kind of addressing in here. But well, the problem that happens with that is like you're trading off action economy on your turn just to do an AoE heal. So it just causes this thing where it's like, well, if all the enemies have infinite mana and we don't, then we already know how this is going to go, and we're just going to be delaying the inevitable, right? So I don't think that more classes should have self-healing. No, not exactly. I think the interesting thing in dealing with this is going to be with things like Overheal. This right here is already addressing one of the kind of problem points. It's a lot harder for you to waste damage than it is for you to waste healing, right? Like, if you have a somebody gets stuck on it, but what is the fantasy of the first turn? Like, what do you want them to focus on purely on? Wait, like, do you want? No. I don't know. I'm just talking. Yeah. So like, with this overheal, God, this hair in my eye. With this overheal, this is one attempt to address a common pain point in healing, where if you heal and some of it gets wasted, or they're healed up to their max and then nothing else happens or whatever, this never feels super great. This is always going to feel like okay, well, yay, I guess they're back up to full now, right? But like, if you blast a heal at somebody, you want that to feel like, yes, okay. And having that excess that goes over, it's like, no, that could have maybe gone somewhere else. And I mean, with that and like with damage, we're much more forgiving of that on damage than we are on heals, right? So with this one, I'm trying to look at, if you do heal a being and cap or go over its maximum health, it's no longer capped at just that creature, and you can throw it out to somebody else. That's part of why this is here. Now, the other side of this is like with Cast Out Evil. Notice how I say on here, both you and the target. I'm trying to find areas where I can make the action economy for the Luminari's heals to be a little bit more generous. The problem I have right now is this still isn't really giving them some oomph into their first turn. And like Evercure is another addressing of this problem. But Auspices this is kind of a whatever. It's basically you're entering into a sacred domain style thing. But they need something here. It's like bringing ice cream home to the kids and having a little bit left over for you. Yeah. AOE, I don't know how it works in terms of damage output. Now, I wouldn't just want to do another, like, turn on dead nuke, because that's also so situational. What they need is something that's telling them that first turn of combat isn't just a nothing burger for you. They do have damage that's baked into a lot of the stuff already for them, except for life and cure. I mean, either option. It's such an odd part of the rhythm here. We do have essences that are dealing damage that are on the miracle list. I don't know if this should do Radiant. I guess it's here. Consecrate. Like, yeah, it has buffs, but I'm just looking at, like, that first turn, if it's not unfavorable. And in the overall rhythm of things, like, their gameplay loop on the first turn, I guess it's going to be telling people, like, if I get the feedback of, hey, I don't know what's happening on the first turn for the Luminari, but I don't feel like I do anything. I guess the question I've got to ask is, like, what miracles did you choose? And if they don't have a damaging one, I'm kind of like, well, so you can deal damage with some miracles and you didn't choose the ones that you can deal damage with. Or you might be able to go into the build of being able to attack and do a sort of, like war cleric build from 5e, but you didn't do that either. So if you did choose nothing but heals and you're like, wow, I don't have anything for the first turn, yeah. But then we get into like no bad build territory, and yeah. Could bake the bless effect into beings who are already topped off. Like, Revivify. This is so good for their 5th level, or we don't need to really mess with that too much. Evercure just getting casting cure and life with the same action simultaneously is good, but again, it's just healing. Like, everything they've got right now is just bring things back from the dead. And I guess that's kind of what people know that they're signing up for. But that is a thing I guess I'm going to kind of note for later on, like, yeah. There's no reaction in this system. Like killing turns into damage or buffs. It would need to. I'm gonna really need to be pressed on saying that has to be a thing. We're gonna see what happens there, right? How about turning Overheal into mana for the combat? You can game that incredibly easily. A mark on someone to help their allies to hurt the monsters better. And I don't know, that feels like kind of against the idea. But yeah, that's, as I was like doing observations on like what it meant to be a white mage in a lot of games, this is the thing I was seeing. Like Hylix was the one that I played where I went, that's an incredibly interesting fix that they did right there to this overall loop of like, oh, okay, well, if the healer does something and then that damage just immediately gets pushed over to somebody else, well, that's not great because it feels like they just wasted the last turn and nothing happened. But like, if we add in this little oomph, like it's not terrible. But there's also the idea that you can reduce the next instance of damage you take by X amount. Could be a thing, but yeah. Build up heal to burst, heal, slash damage as an AoE release. That sounds so video gamey though. Like that sounds like a mechanic, and I'll actually try to define video gamey here. That sounds like the kind of mechanic that like a video game would need to track for you. And Vagabond is a lot of very low and passive kinds of abilities that aren't trying to require a whole lot of tracking. Basically, the only thing I want you to really have to track in Vagabond is the stuff that you signed up to track. Channel the Spirit Bomb with excess over here. Now, kind of going back up into here with, like, Dancer. Actually, before we do that, I think that the Dancer is going to be a tough one to crack 100% now that we got rid of flares. I actually want to go down to the Pugilist. Okay. Okay. So the Pugilist has a lot of good feedback already. Random inspiration point, having a little context. Have I ever summoned Melina during the Margot boss fight and had her die? Oh, you mean the healing tree thing? What is the Luminaire Fantasy example before you do that? What is a Luminaire I mean, it's just like the White Mage. It's just like White Mages from Final Fantasy. Like, they're the Luminaire or the Luminari is just a secular, like, it's a term that doesn't have some of the loaded ideas of, like, you are definitely playing a religious character. It's just like a renaming of what the cleric would be. So yeah. Like Aerith, Final Fantasy, Gold Moon from Dragonlance, Nineveh from Wheel of Time, and then Ophelia from Octopath. So yeah, yeah. Could go into a healing rage. I would rather try and keep it as white mage as possible while still addressing some of these problems. You know. Anyways, so with the pugilist. So Fisticuffs generally has a really good feedback. Or really good play test feedback. Why is that? Oh, I made this one. Let's go over into live stream. Actually, Boards of Canada was good yesterday. I'm going to play that again. Ugh. This whole album is a 10 out of 10. What does the character do in Wheel of Time? I'm moving on to Pugilist. Hey, what up, Trek? A hard time finding a different name or term for priest class to replace the yeah. So okay. So Pugilist has good feedback, but getting rid of subclasses means something new for the way that the overall foundation of the class is going to go. Poise it's already on the fighter. I threw it over here because I knew that it would be an easy and good feature. Doesn't mean that it... I don't know. I'm just not a huge fan of it being on the pugilist. Especially on a class that seems to be trying to push you into parrying. So we could give you more parrying stuff. And, like, that's okay, but... Pulling up old Vagabond. Like, stuff that was on the original one. Let's do 3-2. Okay, so harrying is at 5th. Yep, that makes sense for them. They're going to need to throw out more attacks. Yes, harrying. We can see why that's there. Unbreakable. This is essentially what the fighter's already getting. So now we have to ask... I'm going to copy some stuff over real quick. Okay, so here's what's on the fighter. Okay, so essentially what they're getting in here, Weapon Master is a very easy, just... There we go. Can you counterattack after you parry on a pugilist? Yeah. You love the new Luminary for a cleric. It absolutely works and is better than the content. Oh, well, thanks. Pugilists have combos? Yeah, somewhat. You can make one attack with a brawl weapon if you rush, pass a dodge or parry check, or by skipping your move, right? So this is all the stuff in here that's telling you if you can quick counter, right? So in all honesty, Fisticuffs is doing a lot of big big stuff for you. This is so good. This is essentially a second feature. If we just do this, like, the perception on that is that, okay, if you had never seen the other one, you still feel like this is two different features. In all honesty, anytime, yeah, this is a way that, okay, so this is a subtle trick that all designers, like all 5e designers were doing in order to try and sneak in two features at the same time, like into one, right? If we were like, well, people are probably going to judge this as being a little bit too much, like it's getting more than other stuff, unless we put in additional text in here that was saying, further, you can also do this, this, and this, right? So that's tucking two features into one. This is strong enough to be two features. It is sneaky, yes. I do like the idea of repositioning. Whenever I was playing Barony, one of the cool things is, like, I really like playing Barony's Monk. Because Barony's Monk has a particular interaction that happens whenever you punch something, and it feels good. Hang on, I'll pull this up real quick just to show you. Definitely saves page space. Yep. All right. Yeah, just for like 1 minute. Now, this is an interesting thing that they do with the monk over there. I don't know that you could really do it with Vagabond. I mean, you can, but I don't know if it's the thing that it really needs. Oh, go. Okay. All right. So we just need to go to the first floor so I can show you this real quick. Sorry if that's incredibly loud. I don't think it should be, right? Okay. So watch whenever I go up to somebody here. Watch how they move whenever I get them with a crit. Oh. Oh, okay. So watch this skeleton here. Okay. So if you caught that, I push him back whenever I punch him. Not so much there, but bam, and then I do, right? So the first punch is just a hit. Or sorry, that first time that I hit him, it was just a hit, right? The second time, whenever I do the charge, it hit it and it knocked it back for a second, and it had to move again. So, like, maybe there's something to be said about putting that power, like, into a punch to knock it back, right? I only got 9 health. I'll die real quick, I guess. Yeah, there we go. All right. So I like the repositioning on that, but I wonder if that's counterintuitive to the idea of being a frontliner. The Bruce Lee one punch. Yeah, like, it's something that you would be able to opt into. What if it was... Hang on. That's too many words for a very meh thing. If the character's a screen, well, yeah, I guess it's fair, right? It's a freebie disengage. You hit it with the attack. If what if it's like... Okay, so this is once per turn, you can make one attack with a brawl weapon if you rush, pass a dodge or parry check, or by skipping your move. So it is battlefield control, a little bit of repositioning here. So we don't really care about if you rush before making this attack. The momentum of that was kind of funny, but that's not really, yeah. I don't think allowing this to trigger on rush is the best way to make this happen. You can make one attack with a brawl weapon if you pass a dodge or parry check or skip your move, is already really good. We can give you if you rush as a later level improvement. Like, yeah. Face a pugilist, punching enemies away from their squishier friends. It feels like a pugilist thing. Yeah. If you have a way to rebound back to the pushed enemy, that would be very nice. Sort of like a boxer or wrestler does in closing in on their opponent. Oh, I mean, you can just move up to him. And it's limited. So you punch it, push it. It doesn't need to be tied into rush. Once per turn, you can make an attack with a brawl weapon if you pass a dodge or parry check or by skipping your move. How about... Okay. What's the... Uh. Wait, could we be more open? Oh, no. We're trying to avoid a whole lot of that, like, kind of counterpick, like, oh, I have to think about whether or not I'm gonna do this because it's gonna leave me open style design. Those always come out really contentious in any kind of feedback. That's the thing, right? I like that this is hitting the right thematic. When you dodge or parry, wait. Yeah, this does need to be when you pass a dodge or parry. Wait a minute. Does it? Okay, that's already covered. Oh, what does this need to be? What does this need to be? Uh-huh. Like, this has really good playfeel right here. That being an option is a thing that people are definitely doing. This is rewarding you for being in the front line. And it's generating additional attacks. God, you're just a fucking buzzsaw, though. Yeah, that needs to be there. That needs to be there. 70 and second, third heals. I have no fucking idea right now. I do like this. Okay, other option. No idea. Oh, hey. This would be here. It would be okay. It's not the best thing in the world. As a frontliner, which focus does a pugilist focus on? Defense or offense? It's a bruiser. Yeah, I mean it's a bruiser. There was a perk called Skirmisher. If I remember right, it got completely canned because it was way overpowered. But I mean, again, that stuff can always just get moved around, you know. Like, I was trying to remember what it was I pulled away from, because I think there was so much stuff that I pulled away from the subclasses that I just turned into perks rather than really consider if they were good for the base classes, because the base classes, the whole structure was turning into something a bit more specific. Oh yeah, someone reminded me this needs to be gotten rid of. Endless stamina needs to be a thing for... This is not a terrible feature. Actually, grappling and shoving? That is not a bad feature for a pugilist. It helps with positioning. Well, I guess Fisticuffs is getting the improvement there. Dig deep is good. Could work in tandem with a repositioning mechanic, maybe. You know, while you aren't wearing heavy armor, you have a plus. Wait. Oh. Don't forget to change the perk to feature on endless stamina. Oh yeah. I'll get there. I'm just kind of spitballing right now. Yeah. You move when you dodge. Yeah, you move when you dodge in Vagabond. I basically just saw what they were doing in Dragonbane and was like, that's sick. Yes, I like that. It's... Okay. Yeah, but what's the fantasy here? I guess this is rope-a-dope. This is more rope-a-dope than what this is right here. But honestly, this is so good. This should also go over on the dancer. Maybe, I don't know. Not really, it's not really a get the hell out of Dodge kind of thing. For some reason you thought it was just spending movement rather than actually move. No, it's both. If you want to move, you can, you don't have to. Swift. Because this is like reflexes. What is it? Fleet of Foot? Is this Fleet of Foot? Is this what Fleet of Foot is going to be to Vagabond? Yeah, now we can't. It would be a second F1. We need a we need to distinguish them. Evasion. I mean, yeah. It could just be evasion. Yeah, and the thing is, so the people that wanted to go heavy armor brawler, they can. It's just they're giving up this perk right here. They're giving up. I like that it's the option. If you want to go heavy armor brawler, you can. But what it means is you're giving up the option of moving up to 10 feet when you dodge or parry an attack in order to just get additional armor, which is still a decent trade. Yeah, it's like you are being given the option, and it feels like it's actually a meaningful choice. This could just be evasion. And that's good enough that that needs to go on the dancer. It doesn't make a ton of sense for that to be on, like, every midliner. Because, like, I had put this originally, quick reflexes. The first time you disengage or dodge on a turn, it doesn't cost you speed. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, chat. What's the cooler... Like, I guess what's the mechanic you would prefer? Footwork, light on your feet. Can a rogue get that, or is that not needed? Rogue currently has quick reflexes. Like... Is evasion better? I think you're probably right. I'm trying to grok as to why that is exactly. I mean... Yeah, it has much more potential. It's a much more active thing. Oh, wait. Wait. That's what that has to have. I knew there was something that didn't feel right about that. Okay. Nimble dodge, nimble step. I kind of like that as a base evasion. Hi, bud. That's very good, and it's also applying to a parry. And I don't think that we need to have this right here. Just get rid of that. I don't want you. I don't want people to, like, figure out fucking wave dashing or something. Could the dancer get a bit of fall away reverse back in this feature? You know, yes. Who's calling me? I don't care. Goodbye. You could. Yeah, I mean, he could. The fun thing now is that gives me an idea for what all the dancer's identity is going to be. Reacting to the shit that other things do. So if something is daring to attack you, you dodge or parry it. I mean, let's be real here. You're going to dodge this. It's fine to, like, leave it open, I guess. But, alright, so dodge or parry the attack. You can choose to not get prone. this is not requiring any of your action economy, so all the shit you're giving out to other people, now we're pushing it to where the dancer is more of a reflexive class. This is good. Oh no! Oh no!
Yes.
No!
Yes.
How do you always do this?
Great minds think alike. Longer together.
So then why'd you
like similar okay.
I couldn't be that mean.
Heard. But a cute one.
Ah! Oh! What do you got going on tonight? Huh? I got the check-in, so supposited, all that good business. Yeah. A wild Amanda appears, yes. Chat says hi.
Whoa!
The twinsies, yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, why are you such a sourpuss about it?
I just don't like it whenever it looks like it was planned.
It's cute.
I don't know. It's just not my thing. It can just be not my thing. I'm not a big baby. If it makes me feel any better, your wife bought you guys matching pajamas. They're very cozy. See, I know you don't, and I love you for that. Yeah, like whenever like people do the group, like the families all matching Christmas photos, that's one of those things where I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, I get it. Look, my skin tone is super white. All right, that is one of those additional further steps that I'm just like, that edges you closer to honky territory than I'm personally comfortable with. Yeah. What? Huh?
But what about like on theme, where it's like we all have different shades of like blue and tan and something? Because like for photos, it doesn't have to match exactly. I actually hate it when it matches exactly. But when it's like a similar color palette, like looks nice together. How about that?
Sure, I guess.
That looks nice.
Yeah. Oh my god, what? That is way more in the that is way more in that cringe white people shit territory than I'm comfortable personally being a part of. Watch, oh my god, watch it. Watch Twitch like get me in trouble for saying honky. Because it was like, what, they banned Hassan for saying cracker? Oh my god. Alright. Now. A clip that of me saying honky? Oh yeah, he got banned for that, but Twitch also has notoriously terrible moderators. I guess they're admin or whatever you want to say. Yeah, and then people were like testing it out to see whether or like who they were enforcing that on. And needless to say, it was not being applied with the same strokes. Yeah. The same brush, I guess we'll say. God, I really like the way that this chair looks, actually, whenever it has the fur on it. I feel like... Yeah, right? One of your favorite creators in TikTok had a temporary ban for kissing their feet. Wait, you're right here. You're in the same room with me. Why are you... All I can hear coming out of your mouth right now is just like... X flagship. Oh yeah. I did see that check the other day. Yeah, and it's like now shadow banning certain accounts for saying words like sis. I'm like, what the fuck? Come on. Elon's such a pissy bitch. Oh god. Okay. So I can get rid of break a leg. It's so gimmicky. And why is it there? It's just, it doesn't need to be there. Now, on the other hand, follow a reverse. Here's the thing that's cool with the new dancer. Okay. Reactive features, since they're giving their move and actions away. That is very cool and very in theme. So dancer should be responsive. So this is already really good. Okay. But will we break instead? Wait, what? Oh. Har. You'll throw. Hey, what up, kid? Yeah, free speech absolutist. Yeah. Oh my god, my ear. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the thing you gotta keep in mind with all these platforms is they're all private companies. They're not really beholden to the government, so free speech only really extends as far as they're like, yeah, that's as much as we want to give you. Okay, reactive features, since they're focused on move and they're giving those away. Yeah, positive move is decent. Here's the problem. They don't have anything that's getting better with them right now. Was underdog changed? Oh, I'm kind of focused on this right now. Pugilist is also getting another shakeup. Should there be a limit on uses? Oh, no. We want to give you as much passive stuff. I don't want to make you track much of anything in Vagabond. Okay. Hang on. Okay. I'm doing that thing where I massively overhaul the game whenever after I just said I won't do it again. At this point, I will never do it again. Because I am so very happy with the way it's currently sitting. Oh my god, my fucking sinuses. Okay, Paulo, you're gonna get run over.
I can take this off for it because that does look hilarious.
Do what?
I said I can take this off for
Yeah,
it,
see,
that does look hilarious.
that's what I'm saying. See, now we look like a fucking, like, white Christmas family. I'm dreaming.
Yeah, but I think it's more cute, quirky, funny when it happens and you're like, ah, the cringe.
Orange.
Orange.
That's what I'm listening to right now. I just decided to start playing. Do what? Oh yeah, tune in to hear Boards of Canada. Yeah, basically because like I started all my streams get demonetized anyways, and I was like, okay, well what happens if I play just like music that's like not video game music? And so far it's just doing the same shit it was doing before, and I'm like, fuck it. Okay, then we're gonna listen to like Boards of Canada and like other shit rather than video game soundtracks all the time.
Oh, is Ked in there?
What? No, I'm just answering someone from chat.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's
how... I just didn't want to interrupt. I didn't know.
No, I was not talking with Ked. I never talk to Ked.
Yeah, screw that guy.
You tell your friends that they don't know Tin Can until they know flannel wearing Tin Can.
Yeah, whenever I have my like flannel shirt, not necessarily like the jacket I have, but when I have the like open flannel shirt with a t-shirt, I always feel like more lesbian that day.
I mean, that is basically that uniform.
But it's crazy. Like that is more of a like 90s, early 2000s version. I didn't realize like how much the like lesbian attire had changed.
Yeah.
Until I was talking to Julia and Courtney, and they were like, "That's what you think of when you," and I was like, "Yeah."
Used to be, yeah.
And yeah, and so they showed me,
what?
Like what they feel like it looks like.
Hello? Huh? Oh shit! Hi, Ked. Jesus. I was like, "What the fuck? Who just talked?" What are you doing?
God.
Speaking of Boards of Canada.
God, are you there?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
How you doing, man?
Not too bad. I'm one of those like self-confident issue things where it's like, am I really good at this, or are people just being nice?
Are you, as in the?
Oh, just for RPG stuff like Void.
Oh,
I'm like working on. I'm like, is this all shit?
I mean, yeah, everyone gets hit.
Days.
They get hit with their imposter syndrome and all that. That's never a fun time.
No,
I get that.
I'm taking a break.
Oh, it's like
she kept shoving her nose right
It's
here.
like, why are you just like rubbing your boob on my arm right now? It's like, fuck.
Yep, just a puppy dog.
Yeah. Marking her territory.
Yeah, marking your territory.
Yeah. My man.
Oh man. Well, yeah, I honestly I don't know, the imposter syndrome thing, I don't know when it was. I stopped getting bothered by it. I don't really have great advice for dealing with it because I know I just like, it seemed like it just finally kind of stopped for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can't remember the last time that you...
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, no, trust me. Yeah.
Do you think it was after Gen Con maybe, or was it before that?
I don't know.
Like being with other creatives.
No, I don't think it was necessarily that. You found imposter syndrome stopped when you hit 30. Oh, I'm sorry, Ked.
Well, I guess I'm a late bloomer then.
Yeah,
I just suck. Thanks, Gabby XP. No,
like,
that's fine.
I'm like, he done hit that a while ago, my guy.
Is Ked 40 yet?
I am 40.
Ked is 40.
Oh, on the nose?
On the nose, yeah.
Because I was gonna guess 38 or 40.
Oh, I'm sure he loves hearing that.
Don't worry, I've got the spine of a 90-year-old.
Yeah, plus that just means he's a level 40 human, so has more experience and levels than we.
I guess that's how that works.
I think so.
Damn it, yeah. You wish when's your time? So like, I don't know, imposter syndrome shit. Kind of like, I mean, every once in a while there might be a time where it clicks on.
I don't get it often.
Yeah,
it's just for some reason today. I think it sort of it coincides with like, because I suffer from pretty severe depression. I think it just coincides with that. It's like on the worst days for that, it just kind of pops up the worst, I think.
yeah.
But most of the time, I'm not too bad. Most of the time, because most of the time I don't have enough fucks to give.
Was there like a moment you kind of hit? Well, for me, I think the thing is like I start to feel that more whenever I do a lot of like comparisons to other people, or like thinking about like this other person is doing this thing I wish I could be doing. That's super cool. I wish I got that opportunity. And then I think as I like started killing that mindset where I was like, that's really cool for them instead, I stopped getting imposter syndrome.
With like depression, anxiety, and stuff.
Yeah,
too,
I mean, yeah,
when you
yeah.
throw that in the mix, it's like your brain is a liar sometimes, and some days you're like, no, shut up, brain, and then other days you're like, you might be onto something. Like, it's frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
just haven't eaten enough weed gummies. That's my problem.
You haven't eaten enough weed gummies.
That may be true.
Well, the thing that I'm currently on right now with all this is I'm very eager to get this system out so I can start writing adventures. I'm like,
that's the big part. It's like I've discovered that with the Void Home thing. It's like I just want the core to be done so I can do the little fun things.
Yeah.
That are faster.
My wife has insane confidence issues sometimes. It's just being human. Usually when you have it, it's actually just your brain fucking with you. Yeah. I think I've also been recognizing a lot more anxiety based, like maybe worry or frustration that happens. I don't really have bad anxiety issues. But I do notice that Amanda, whenever like there's something that might be going on, like, oh, okay, well, here's this plan that's going on, and it seems like there's a bunch of different questions about it. I'm just kind of like, wait, why? What's the deal? Like, what's the?
My brain like can't be left open. There can't be unknowns, because then if there's an unknown and it comes time for me to make a decision, I don't want to make a decision that's going to be like the wrong decision. And
right.
So I want to know all the things so that I don't have to question any of it.
Yeah.
I need like pretty precise like instructions and plans, unless it's something like we're just gonna hang out at someone's house and it's like, okay, maybe we'll play a board game, maybe watch a movie, like who cares. But if it's like we're going somewhere, I need to know all the details.
I'm the same way. I never thought about that. Huh. I need a plan.
Oh, is Ked talking?
Ked just said he's the same way. He never thought about that.
Yeah, it's what, well, so, and I don't know who this might help, but I've had therapists tell me to personify certain things like anxiety and depression because, in our brain, because we aren't our thoughts, we are our actions. And so, they say to like either imagine your anxiety as like a person or an animal or whatever and take it with you so that it's like now you're not alone, and then you find yourself comforting this imaginary thing that you've made when in reality you're comforting yourself. And so then they also said to give your brain a name, so I've named mine Regina, and so that way whenever it's like a voice that's not you and it's telling you nasty things, you're like, hey, it's okay, Regina, we're good, I got it, it's okay, I know you're helping, but you don't have to, I've got this. And so yeah,
interesting.
It may or may not help.
You mentioned it at the start of stream, but you have an incredibly toxic inner voice that tells you things about yourself that strictly aren't true.
Yep.
I mean, I used to say a lot of that, like, you know, inner monologue of like, you're not good enough to be doing this, or yada yada yada. It honestly for me got a lot better. The thing that did the most improvement for that for me was I stopped comparing myself to other people. Like, I started looking at it like, there was like jealousy of like this person got this opportunity that I didn't, and I feel like I deserve that opportunity or something.
Yeah.
And then like instead of doing that, going like, you know what? Maybe it's just being disrespectful to that person for me to be like, I deserve that, not them. So like I start looking at like, what can I learn about the thing that got them that you know, this person is playing this gig or this person's doing whatever. Okay, well, what could I take away from that?
What would your advice be, like, in that same realm? What would your thought be? Because for someone like me, while I absolutely hear that, my brain, it wants something to compare to so that I have some kind of, like, going off point, you know what I mean? Like, something to look at to have a frame of reference. And so, of course, that leads to, like, what you're talking about, where it's, like, negatively comparing. And so, how do you think you would navigate, like, I'm using comparison to give myself a frame of reference for how maybe where I should be at this time, and not letting that turn into the, oh, well, I'm not, or I deserve that, or whatever.
I think you're asking two separate things there. Like this, you're measuring someone else's success as a metric for where you should be in your life.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
Kinda,
Okay.
yeah. Kinda.
So as far as all that goes, like, there's definitely separate things on like, so number one, everybody's on their own separate clocks. I know that people keep saying
like,
that.
They say that, and so I'm like,
right.
Well, so I don't know what my clock's supposed to look like.
Well, yeah, but you determine that, right?
Ugh, I hate that so much. That's so much pressure.
Well, but I mean, to me, that's super cool because like that means I can do what the fuck ever I want to with myself, and you know,
that
if
means
I
have to make choices that may or may not have been good choices.
well, but in all honesty, whether or not you did or did not make a good choice, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't super matter, which is kind of cool. Like, and by a good choice, I mean nothing moralistic or ethical, just like, was it a successful choice? You know.
That's true.
Yeah. Purpley Moon, like your clock looks like you. It has two hands. So.
I hate and love you for that.
I mean, there's certain things that I know that I have to do in a certain amount of time. These are like, you know, goals like having kids. I know that I'm on a time limit for that.
Right.
And you know, there's things like graduating from a certain school in time to do this thing or whatever.
Sure.
I know that like there are deadlines that are set for things, but yeah, like that, those are the only big things that I look at and think I have to set it at this certain time or whatever. But no, all the other shit is like totally artificial. Like, you need to be married by the time that you're 22.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
pregnant by the time you're 25.
That is like societal stuff that we've only had for like a century or two.
Yeah.
But before I go, I'll leave you with the sign that I saw at that one Methodist church that always has banging signs on Harvard, and it said, "You change the world by your actions, not by your opinions."
Yeah.
And I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Their signs are fire.
This is a whole other thing whenever it comes to like a lot of the guys who just, you know, post up nonstop like call out shit over on Twitter or whatever. I'm always just sort of like, okay, well, but what are you actually contributing?
Right. It immediately made me think of like some of our conversations we've had lately.
Yeah. Like, what are you adding out there? What are you putting out there that isn't just like, oh, okay, well, this person fucked up. It's like, okay, well, maybe they did, but what have you done positively?
Right.
You know,
well,
I'm like,
funny enough, Invincible had a line that kind of helped me too with like all this similar vein, where the robot guy.
Don't spoil anything.
I'm not.
Okay.
The robot guy said, "You are not your body. Like, you know.
Oh yeah.
You hack a limb off and you replace it. Like, you're still you, because you are your actions, and
Yeah.
you are the things you create and the people you love and whatever. And so I started looking around the room and I was like things I made and painted or whatever. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm that and I'm that,
There's
and my
a-
friendships and whatever. So.
There's a very good video by Jacob Geller
Ooh,
called
okay.
the horror of head transplants or something like that.
Oh.
And it's talking about like that was like always the scientific point, and when they thought we can prove that humans do or do not have a soul whenever we can transplant a head, and then it was like, well, okay, you transplanted the head, but like the brain is the thing that might, it's like,
Yeah.
do you really definitively prove that, or
Right.
like what's the thought, but yeah.
Interesting.
Some of that, like, how much of the boat can you replace before it's not the same boat kind of
Ship of
idea.
Theseus.
Yeah.
The what?
Ship of Theseus.
Ship of Theseus, yeah.
But yeah, the boat, it's not the parts that matter, it's the trips, and it's what it's done, and it's where it's been, and it's who it's taken.
I like that idea.
Right? Me too. But
All right, go to work,
philosophy
cheese
with
lady.
Amanda. Philosophy
outta
with
here.
Amanda and Taron and Ked.
Huh? Surgery gives you the heebie-jeebies. As someone who's been through like 34 of them, I fucking love it because it's just I get to go through a nap.
Oh my gosh, right? And I'm a
Anesthesia sleep is
yeah,
awesome.
man, and
It's awesome.
I'm a happy drunk coming
Yep.
out of anesthesia, so I'm game. I'm like, hi.
They get you stoned, and then you just
Yeah.
go in, and it's like,
Best
woo, I'm
mood
gonna
I've
go to
ever
sleep.
been in.
Yeah, all right, dude. No, yeah, surgery. And whenever I get done with the surgery, I always feel better. Like,
Yeah.
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 Dude, yeah.
All right, I'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye, Ked.
Bye.
You thinking about like a movie or something to watch later?
Ooh, yes. I'm down.
I don't know what.
Have you watched the new Roadhouse yet?
Horror. haven't
I am
seen a good
honestly
horror.
not all that interested in Roadhouse.
I had zero expectations. I'm like, what the fuck do I want to watch this?
ticket.
It was actually amazing.
Dude, that's honestly the way that the Barbie movie was for me.
Oh my god. don't
I was just like, this is gonna be I'm gonna turn my brain off and eat junk food, and me and Amanda are gonna watch this, and then like, dude, have you seen the new Barbie movie?
I have,
cried my
yeah.
eyes out.
Oh, dude,
It was not what I expected. I was
holy
like,
shit,
what?
right? The last like 20 minutes of it was just like, oh my god, wait, this movie's fucking deep. Okay, like shit. Same thing with, oh my god, I don't think I've watched a better movie than Oppenheimer in the last like 10 years. I'm struggling to think of what the last movie it was that I watched that was as good as Oppenheimer. It definitely deserved all the fucking awards it got this year.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Like,
Hands down. I don't think anyone. Okay, there's probably some people that are like, it was too long and boring, but I don't know.
They
Most
can fuck
people,
off.
I think,
That's-
would be.
it's a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Okay. Let me think here. You may creep in chat. Have I seen Dune Part 2 yet? I'm gonna tell you guys something. I have about as little interest in Dune as any person you're probably gonna run into. Like,
I don't like you anymore.
I just don't like the sandworm thing. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm just not really I haven't gotten big invested into the story. I wasn't raised with it. I don't have any memories or whatever. I do have the big, cool deluxe edition version of it back there. I have not read it. I just, at some point, it's one of those things where like, I want to read the book before I watch the movies. And because I just haven't read the book yet, I don't know dog shit about the story. So I literally just don't really have any investment in it whatsoever. And I'm not going to see the movies until I read the book.
I get it. Yeah, and it's parts of it hadn't aged well. Parts of it still are fine.
Yeah.
But it is such a foundational story. Like a lot of Star Wars wouldn't exist without Dune.
Really?
Oh yeah, when Star Wars came out, the writer of Dune, because of how close parts of the story are, literally said, "I'm going to try real hard not to sue them."
Wow. Huh. Interesting.
Because Dune came out first about, the young gun on the desert planet with like, well, I won't say big twists or anything, but like there's a lot of similarities.
Interesting.
Now, obviously, Star Wars took from a bunch of other things, including like the old like samurai and westerns and stuff like that. But
my wife's been slowly reading Dune since the movie. She's enjoying it. Yeah, like I said, I'm all down to like read it or whatever, but there's a couple things it doesn't really have going for it right now. Number one, I'm not the biggest sci-fi fan in the world. It's all right, you know. I've tried reading more and more of it. I mean, I was just talking like last year. I read 4 different sci-fi classics. Oh god, I got such a weird opinion on this. So I read Asimov, The Gods Themselves. Have you read that one, Ked?
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, where do you put that one?
Actually, of Asimov's work, that is not one of my favorites.
I kind of figured as much.
It was all right.
I personally, I think that one's like a 6 out of 10. The concept is very cool, like displacing like molecules in order to like rewrite the idea of what tungsten is into like a radioactive substance, and therein like this transference and addition of energy in our our universe makes an infinite energy pump. It's fucking crazy and awesome. I love the idea. But it got infinitely more interesting once they got past the first like 2/3 of the book. Like I felt like the last third of that where they're on the moon is like the coolest shit in the whole book. And
yeah,
you know, it's like I actually, Asimov has another problem that I had with Dan Brown, the guy that wrote Da Vinci Code. Have you read any Da Vinci Code or sorry, any Dan Brown stuff?
Yes, some, not a lot, some.
What is okay? So like, think really hard about what happens in the last chapter of every single Dan Brown book. Because like, there's the ending that happens, but he can't help it. He has to write this fucking epilogue or whatever you want to call it. And these epilogues are always main character fucks the hot side chick. Like that is yeah. Every single day. Because like, I think even Da Vinci Code ends with like, have you ever had sex with a yoga whatever expert?
Jesus.
And it's like, yeah. All right, we get you, horny Dan Brown, whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, well that's just a pattern for Dan Brown. And then I read Asimov, and then I was like, oh, okay, I see where Dan Brown got this from.
Of the sci-fi, obviously I'm a big sci-fi buff. Of the sci-fi authors, I like Asimov. Some of his work, don't get me wrong, but I think he was always overhyped as far as being one of the sci-fi greats in some ways. Like I know there's a lot of people quote a lot of things from him and stuff,
mm-hmm.
but like, you know, like the laws of robotics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, Clark, Heinlein, probably Greg Bear, maybe Scott, like those are like bigger names to me, especially Heinlein. I love Heinlein.
I mean, the fact that you haven't said Xijin Liu tells me a lot. Either of us watched Lucy? I
did. I liked Lucy.
I'm not familiar with it.
That movie came out of nowhere.
Speaking of sexting the hot side girl, James Bond, anyone? I don't have a problem with James Bond. It's just not my bag. Maybe I could be convinced otherwise, but like I've never really been able to get into James Bond as like a spy flick thing. I think that other people have done the spy thing even better than Bond really did, you know? And yeah. I've also not really been huge on the like, I guess what era is James Bond supposed to be? Like an odd 50s, 60s sort of blend with modern tech, and I don't know. I'm like, meh.
I've never been a James Bond fan, so I can't help there.
Yeah.
I am currently finally going through, and I only read the first couple books in the Expanse series. Now I'm gonna actually sit down and like read all of them.
The Expanse.
Yeah. Because like I loved the show. It's one of my favorite TV shows of all time. And I'd read the first couple of books, but I just started. I'm a player now in a game for the Expanse, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna read all of the books.
Wait, who wrote The Expanse?
Dude, bro. The Expanse was written by, I should know this name, James Corey, James S.A. Corey.
I'm not familiar. Huh. I'm like, I know the series name.
Because the series, unfortunately, like, it stopped, but I understand why they stopped it, and they kind of wrapped it up, but like the books keep going well past that point, and then like it starts getting into really cool like sci-fi shit after that. I wanna know more.
Yeah. Dude, actually, best book I've read this whole year. Oh shit. No, it's back on the couch right now. Best book I've read so far this year, Piranesi by Susanna Clark. Dude, have you checked that one out yet?
The which one?
Piranesi.
Let's see.
Anybody in chat? I know, I read it in a single night. I had to binge it. It was so fucking good. Yeah, here you go. Oh, dude. The book's cheap. It's only like $10 on Amazon. I promise you, if you pick it up, you're gonna binge it.
Oh,
It's so-
Piranesi.
Yeah.
I kept hearing like something else. I don't know.
Yeah, Piranesi.
I haven't read it, but I've seen like that cover around and people.
Dude, so good. Like, I mean, very, very like off rip summary. There's a guy who's wandering this massive house, and this house is like an infinite labyrinth, and he's only in there with one other person, and throughout the entire time that this world has been around, this house or whatever has been around, there's only been like 15 people that have ever lived. And the whole book is just kind of like him exploring this house. It's so fucking cool. It's so vivid. The world that Susanna Clark has built out here. It's all based around, well, I say based around, the painter that gave Susanna Clark the idea is Giovanni Piranesi, who, like, if you look up a bunch of Piranesi's works, they're these like almost, you know, Salvador Dali-esque, just crazy architecture, rooms and stairs leading into more rooms and stairs and hallways that seem to just kind of go off into nowhere. Yeah, Amanda read it immediately after me. She finished it in 2 to 3 days. Nice. Dude, it's so fucking good. I adored Piranesi. Highly recommend it to anybody out there who's like, I want to read some fantasy, but nothing really like elf fantasy. Please go pick that one up. Oh yeah, and Linda Codega actually recommended one. This is How You Win the Time War that I need to read. Where do I have that one? Yeah, that's one I need to actually get to. This is How You Win the Time War. It's written from the perspective of like two time traveling agents that are like leaving letters to each other. It's super cool.
It's worth it. That one's a good read.
Oh, you did read it already?
Yeah, I know that one.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't gotten to it yet. Okay. Now. I'm trying to figure out the thing that this class needs, or really the pathing in which this needs to occur. Okay. So if I'm looking at like Hunter, this is a thematic downtime activity. Yeah, interactive, all that shit. This is a core combat ability right here. And then they get another combat core right here. God, why am I hiccuping like crazy? Jesus.
It's just your thing.
Yeah, right. Now, I don't necessarily think that they need to be an expert. Yeah, we're going to keep them at warrior. And we don't have to follow this. So I think I'm going to can this and pull over what the Vanguard's getting. Yeesh. Go. There's cool shit you can get behind it. Ugh. All right, so they get aggressor and guard at first level. Evasion and step up are both really, really good for dancer. Rampant charge is the big scary control that Vanguard gets. And then they get a nice like upping, a nice boost of their like core combat feature defensively. There we go, at third level. Okay.
Oh, I did a bad thing.
What'd you do?
So in Affinity Publisher, when you update your whichever your master thing is when you're using a like the book thing, so I update like my chapter 0 as I said, as that's the style guide for any other chapter that I load. When I synchronize it, there's a checkbox you can check where it overwrites it and just updates everything in the rest of the book, or it copies over copies of the new styling.
Yes.
I didn't realize I'd been doing that, and I've just been I just synchronized like 12 times today.
Yeah, you're talking about this feature right here in
so
design.
I have like 12 copies of all my master pages in every single one of my chapter documents.
Oh no. Oh Christ. Yeah, that's got to be a nightmare for loading.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you just got to get
up.
Get ahead of that right now, because that's going to get fucking gross if you don't clean that up. When's the last time you saved? Because I would just fucking revert it if I wouldn't lose work.
I'm not gonna lose anything. I just have to go chapter by chapter and just like delete the extra master pages.
No, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I guess it's not too much work, really.
It didn't copy over extras of the text stylings or anything. It's just.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, that's the headache for me that I've thought about rebuilding a document out a couple times on. I was like, there's too many text style or too many paragraph styles I have right now that just don't actually connect to anything. Honestly, that's the kind of thing that like would be really helpful in InDesign, is having InDesign be like, hey, can you search for the paragraph styles that aren't being used in this document and get rid of them?
Oh, that'd be pretty sweet, eh? Yeah, I think any of the layout programs need that shit.
Yeah.
So
Not
I don't think that's a
Geogati.
thing.
Let's see.
Oh, I just looked in Affinity. Delete unused styles.
Wait, really? That's a thing you can do?
Yeah.
Delete style options. Auto style, load all.
Oh, there's a
that.
style count. I can see how many times each style's been applied too. Interesting.
Oh, wait, that is a thing you can do in the. Oh, shut up.
Here we are complaining about things that's apparently an industry standard.
Table title is not getting used. Oh, in this document, probably. Ooh.
See, this is a learning experience for everybody. No matter how long you've used a program, there's more shit you're going to learn.
This is somewhat correct, but also no. Wait. Wait, maybe it is correct. because these reference styles are the ones I was worried about, not the ones back there. Ooh, wait, this could be solid. Maybe that's it. Oh, well, yeah, we're not going to get rid of the stat block ones. That's cool.
Oh, yeah. In Clip Studio Paint, there's so many things I don't know about Clip Studio Paint still that I'm still learning, despite how many like pieces of art I've done for people. That's like my go-to art program these days.
I thought Clip was all right. Back whenever I was thinking like I might do illustration for my future, and no, that didn't happen. Interesting. Yeah, plus I just like the layout of Clip Studio Paint. It looks so much easier to use. That's an Adobe guarantee to learn new cool stuff plus the crashing. I guess that's fair, yeah. You become a Clip Studio Paint guru in my circle of friends at this point from all the stuff you've discovered.
I haven't used like Adobe in a long time. Does it still have a lot of crashing issues?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Honestly, for me, my biggest gripe, like, look, if they're gonna do the AI thing, I'm like, I could look past it and just not give a shit and just never use it if it didn't require running all the time on your fucking computer while you had their software open.
Oh.
It doesn't matter whether or not you even use the fucking tools. It is a thing that is running on your computer.
Oh.
It's wasteful. Fuck it. Like, I'm so sick of it. I don't even want to install it on the software. Please, Adobe, let me have a version of your software that doesn't have all the AI tools baked into it. I don't want it. I don't care what people say about, like, this tool is going to make whatever. I don't fucking need it. Get it out of here. Like, I just don't want it. Like, at all. Anytime I've ever seen, like, AI art put into a thing, it looks like shit. I don't want it. And I like making shit. I like writing. I like doing this, so I just want to do it. You know, don't fuck with my computer by introducing your AI into your goddamn software. Like, let me get an AI free version.
So wait, does that mean, like, once again, I haven't used it in a long time. Can you use your Adobe apps even when you're offline?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if like it was running that stuff with like the AI and everything. Like if it was like being like, "Hey, you're not connected," and start yelling at you.
You may not be able to do AI generative images and stuff because that is actually pulling from Adobe stock images.
Well, I figured all the AI stuff was running off their servers, and not that you're using it, but I just figured it would start. You know how everything's got to be fucking connected all the time these days? I just didn't know if they were going to be pissy about that.
About the only thing I think that you lose access to if you're not online is sometimes Adobe fonts can be a little bit fucky, and you might lose your CC library. Mm-hmm. But that would be about it. No. I would just rather just not have. I mean, if I can't get the stuff off my my CC library or whatever, I can deal without. That's fine. The fonts are something that I would struggle without. But yeah. Ever ready. Wait.
Adam Dog, aka Gus. How's it going?
Hey, what up, man? Here, we'll move this back over here. If you aren't unconscious, you can
goat of helping me, I swear. I'm like, hey, I need like a couple of extra tables for like world's generation stuff, and he's like, oh, I want to help with that. I'm like, all right, cool, if you got any ideas, let me know or whatnot. He's got this like organized ass spreadsheet of like hundreds of various things. So I'm like, well, thank you.
If you aren't unconscious at the start of your turn, you can end an effect causing you to be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained.
Isn't that your work day? What time is it? Oh, you're closing out early today. It's an early day.
Wait. If you aren't unconscious. Okay. So there's two ways that we can write this. This could be, if you aren't unconscious, you can't be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained. Now, I don't like the narrative of that, because this just seems like for whatever reason you can't be stopped. But the other one, if you aren't unconscious at the start of your turn, you can end an effect causing you to be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained. No action. That feels like there's a little bit more oomph to it for some reason.
Okay, I gotta throw you on a third monitor so I can see everything.
You could have it streaming every time you have a delivery week at your work. What? Hey, if I'm trying to make this my fucking full-time job, I can't really be responsible for your full-time job. Do we have any plans for the eclipse? Not me personally, because I only got the one eye, and I don't want to fuck that one up. Actually, wait, I think Amanda already has eclipse glasses in there or something. That's on like the 8th, right? The 8th is whenever the eclipse is going down.
Okay, bust a move feels clunky on the wording. One second.
Right.
Let me try rewriting this for a second.
What if it was if you aren't
it's conveying the information, it just feels odd.
So your turn.
Your turn.
If you aren't unconscious, you can end an effect causing you to be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained at the start of your turn. No action. Or, wait, binding via negative is hard to not unconscious is better than conscious is not a real condition.
And that second paragraph, that's part of the same bust a move thing. If you can't be grappled, paralyzed, or whatever.
So the difference is that one of these is you will be, or if something grapples you, there is a period of time in which you are grappled, right? So like, if you're looking at the top one, from the time that it grapples you until the time that your the start of your turn occurs, you are considered to be grappled right then, right? Now, on the bottom one, if you aren't unconscious, you can't be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained. It's basically, well, as long as you're conscious, you can't. None of these things can apply to you.
What I'd say is almost put that one first. Say you cannot be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained, and then if you are already under the effects, like something like that, at the start of your turn, you can end.
If you are okay, so
because the primary effect here is that you're immune to getting them as a status, and then I would say as the addendum at the second bit, then you can say if you're already under the effects of these. Conscious. So you can't be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained.
Wait.
So if you have this and you can't be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained when you're unconscious, so the only time you could be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained is if you were unconscious. And then regained consciousness.
I mean, yes.
Because otherwise, why do you need to end it if you're already immune to it?
Well, that's the thing is I'm trying to figure out which is the better way to go with it. I'm leaning towards the top one. Not necessarily that you're just generally immune to these things.
Okay, just so that it's something that flows into the action economy.
Yeah.
Rather. Okay, I thought it was like you wanted both of them together, and I'm like, I don't know if you really.
No.
Need both.
No. I want the top one, I think.
Okay, that makes more sense. Then.
Yeah.
I would stick with the top one, the ending it, rather than blanket immunity, because blanket immunities can cause issues.
And it's a weird narrative, you know. Whereas this one feels a little bit like it's a free action for you to end the thing, right?
Yeah.
I also kind of liked Don't Stop Me Now, but I can also feel like this is not capstone worthy, but like very, very strong. Nothing can impede your speed other than occupied space while you aren't incapacitated. If the space is occupied by a being, you can move through the space, but can't end your turn there. I think that the second part of it, if the space is occupied, or if you, basically like this is good. This is a nice positioning tool. This could come online at 3rd level, and like, people are gonna feel like, oh wait, you couldn't do that already? You know? Like, if I said, if you attempt, or let me see here. You can move through the space occupied.
Do you have rules already about the occupying the same spaces as other creatures?
You can't do it.
Okay, then do you need to re-clarify it here, or can you just say you can move through the spaces?
Now it's just the way that it operates in D&D 5e. You can move through the space occupied by another being, but can't end your turn there.
I was just wondering if you even needed to can't end your turn there.
I mean,
if you already have that in the rules, it doesn't hurt, but just redundancy.
I mean, I feel like it's fine to just leave it in there. Because there's nothing in the game that says that you can't end your turn in the space of an occupied being other than the fact that you can't even move in there in the first place. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Gus is giving a suggestion. I think it's... Okay, I'm going to move it to a different monitor. My neck hurts. Oh, I've got too many monitors.
If you aren't unconscious at the start of your turn, you can end an effect causing you to be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained. No action. Wait, is that not what I have? If you aren't unconscious... Oh, at the start of your turn. Yep. I can see why you did that. God, why'd I get the hiccups all of a sudden? Okay.
He's the guy that's gone through my lists of abilities and shit in Void Home and went, that wording sucks.
Yeah, we all need one of those, right? Let me see here. Yeah, this can go away from Don't Stop Me Now. It's funny to have the Queen reference in here, but we don't have to have that. Now...
Oh, fucking interpretation.
Boards of Canada just scared the shit out of me. Alright. This... Honestly, you kind of want it to provoke the attacks. Hang on. Ooh. Got it. There
you go. Oh, and Gus, you'll be happy to know I did go back to the light green for tags. He'll know what that means.
Yeah.
I was experimenting with the layout, and I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, no, not good. I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Gotta love it.
Don't get married to an idea when you first do it. Too many people do, and it's doesn't work out.
I know as many people are like, oh wait, like I'm not a huge fan of the like changes that you've been making with the game or whatever. I'm like, okay, that's fine, but like it kill your darlings, you know. It's like I'm distancing this thing from like its sources of inspiration, and it's gonna keep moving further. And honestly, here's what I would say to the people that keep seeing, I know it's become kind of a meme, but to the people that keep seeing like, wow, Taron's like taking whole swaths of this project and like completely like changed it up. This is what happens. Like this is just what happens in project creation.
I feel like people like the same thing happened in video games when they started doing early access and stuff. People are like, oh, they're changing it and shit like that. They've always done that. You just didn't see it because before it was just like video games not released. Now it's released with no in-between state.
Yep.
Like entire projects get reworked and redone. That's like in tabletop RPGs, video games, movies, music. Like that's just how the creative process works.
You can move through the space occupied by another being, but you can't end your turn there. Additionally, dodge checks you make against intercepts are favored. And then we have follow a reverse coming in line later on that says when you dodge or parry an enemy attack, you can choose to knock that enemy prone. So now we have this reactive build kind of happening with this. And then honestly, with evasion, we're kind of fine with you provoking the intercepts on that. Because if it does happen and you knock those guys prone, that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't want to kill that idea. So evasion can kick online at later on. However, I think what we just wrote, we want in there a little bit earlier. Dancer first level.
You can make it a choice. Make what a choice?
Huh? Maybe making a choice as to whether or not it provokes an intercept. Oh,
for that.
That's a little fiddly, but whatever.
Wearing heavy armor, you can move up to 10 feet when you dodge or parry an enemy attack rather than 5 feet. Choose whether or not this movement provokes.
Let's see the cadence. Okay. What is this evoking right here? You can move to the space occupied by another being, but can't by other beings, but can't end your turn there. Additionally, dodge checks you make against intercepts are favored. This is maneuverability, flexibility. This is Yeah, that's why Bloodborne 2 is taking years. They just want to make sure it's perfect. Copium. Yeah. Yeah, people don't realize that's a big part of the process. People don't see how often stuff is deleted, removed, reintroduced, reworked, deleted again. Yep. This could be, actually, this is so good. This could be Fleet of Foot. Which is like just kind of a standard like trope feature name for a lot of RPGs.
Oh yeah, it's one of the most commonly taken cipher abilities in my campaigns.
You can move through the space occupied by other beings, but can't end your turn there. Additionally, dodge checks you make against intercepts are favored. That's a really solid first level feature.
Yeah, and I think the wording is good. It's concise. I wouldn't change that at all. That seems pretty good.
Evasion at second. Follow a reverse at fourth. What would they need at third? Alright, let's see here. Now here's the problem. Dancer currently doesn't have anything that's scaling up with them like the other ones do. But
you're gonna need that for the infinite scaling.
Yeah. Wall, however, on the Vanguard does. So Wall is allowing them, whenever they parry, they're removing more damage dice from the attack. Now, for the Dancer, is it just additional speed?
That reaches a point where it's not as useful anymore.
No, it's just really not.
It's like, oh great, I got another like 10 feet of movement, but like our battle map's only this big anyways. Like,
yeah, a speed increase is not really exactly all that great. I will say though, being able to like not spend any speed on a dodge could be decent, but then this is just all dodge, like the entire time. So what if we say with evasion, this doesn't need to be parry, but
you can't end your turn there. Makes me wonder if you can move into the space in the first place. If I'm ejected from it. No, I think the wording of that is fine.
Oh yeah, you can't move into there. It makes it really clear that in Vagabond, if an enemy occupies that space, you can't move through it unless it allows you to move. Yeah, that's already hard set in the positioning rules. You choose if. How about, yeah. You choose if this move provokes intercepts. There we go. Okay. Now we have a lot of... Honestly, yeah, this should just be dodge. The parry can be something else. When you dodge an enemy attack, you can choose to knock that enemy prone. Yep, bam, there we go. Okay. Third level. What do they need? They need something that isn't just dodge. They have step up. Step up's quite good. They could just get extra speed, although that's boring. And I think we all know that that's boring. This has been the only complicated part of getting rid of the subclasses. It has just been going back through and being like, okay, well, what's good enough to replace modularity, right? Like, that's been, woof.
I thing I always see in new D&D players that do that's not done well in the rules is I climb up on the monster's back.
Oh yeah, right.
You should look at that playtest me and Treant Monk did for the MCDM RPG, where he's just like, yeah, mechanically, you should never not be on their back.
That's funny. Oh yeah, okay. Second Wind is all right. Endless Stamina was another one that I pulled over that I was like, yeah, this could be something cool. And then I didn't even look at it again. So Endless Stamina was... You can rush even while fatigued and ignore up to 3 fatigue for the purposes of checks and checks to grapple and shove.
You're still looking at the dancer stuff right now, right? Or thinking of dancer stuff?
Yeah, oh no, I am. I was like, oh yeah, what was I looking at earlier? You know, and that's yeah.
So you got I saw you had something called Step Up. Do you have anything like a back step? Like if you're approached, you can just like move away even though it's not your turn?
That would be really good. However, everything else is like already in response to everything else. And you know what makes it even better is the fact that you get your speed back at the end of your turn in Vagabond. So like, that's really good. The worry I would have right now is that if you're skipping your move on your turn, if we were allowing you to move off turn like that, actually, ooh, that's why this is so good. Because if you skip your move on your turn, it doesn't matter how much speed you used before that. If you just say you're not moving this turn, oh, this might not be able to skip your move in order to do this. We might have to force you to use your action to perform the enliven. Yeah. Skipping your move to do that's too good. Because you can skip your move with 5 feet of speed. And that exchange is not worth it. That's what people are going to wind up doing with this. I'm glad we figured that out now. As cool as that could have been.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say that, like, you can spend half your speed to give that to them, which is something I thought about later on. But, like, it's just... I would worry about how that's going to work out.
Wait, go back up to the target can take their action if they have used their action for a minute?
Yes. Step Up. Once per round, you can use your action to perform an enlivening dance and choose a being that saw you. The target can take an action if they've already used their action this turn.
Being that saw you. Can take an action if they... So if you've gone before them, you can't use this on them.
Correct. But remember, this is a group initiative.
Right. Okay. So you can discuss with each other and be like, hey, you go first, and then I'll
Then I do the dancer thing on you, and then, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's way cleaner and less exploitable to basically be an action that you can pass to someone else. Yeah. Here's the scary thing. Double time. We don't need this right here. Double time. You can target 2 beings with Step Up rather than 1.
Oh, there you go.
Now this is
beefy as fuck.
That's so fucking scary. I don't even know that we have to have a scaling class feature. This is, with that right there, that immediately turns the dancer into the scariest support in the entire fucking game. And that's so fucking good.
Yeah, that's scarily good. Is that still going to be at 5th level?
Why not? Literally everything else you've gotten up to this point is relying on everything else whatsoever. For the whole class to build itself into... For the people who really, really like this...
Oh no, that's a thought. Can you step up into another dancer to give them the action so that that dancer can give another action, which gives 2 actions?
That's why this says once per round right here. You can only do this and target that creature once per round.
Yeah, but you give them an action, right? So what if you have a party of dancers and like one fighter?
Once per round.
Okay, you can use your action. The target can take an action if they have already used their. So the once per round applies to that.
Oh, you're
you giving it, not
so
for them
you're
receiving it.
You're talking about like in the case of like one fighter rolling out there with a harem of dancers. That's just like, ladies, you know what to do.
Yeah.
I honestly,
the dancers then get to do their step ups as a free action, while getting another action.
But here's the thing, Ked. They could do that by rolling out there with 4 fighters, anyways.
Yeah. I just think like one dancer gives 2 other dancers an extra action to use their step up.
Which, like, I guess if they wanted to go into that route, sure. Like, I guess. But this once per round means that it isn't going to go infinite.
No, it won't go infinite, but like for a large group, you can get a lot of extra turns if you manage.
You could, but no more than this dancer just being that character, like another fighter, another barbarian, another whatever.
But like I could see like if it's all the dancers, they're each giving another dancer one thing, and then one of the people they choose is the fighter, so the fighter got like 4 extra turns.
I mean, if you have that many dancers and they're all like, this sounds like fun, we want to do that, go for it.
All right, sounds good.
Would you advise solo players not to play a dancer because most likely yeah. I mean, I would just say like, look, this is a class that's really clearly supposed to be a high support and give other people its actions. It's probably not going to be great for solo, but if you want to go with that because of like fleet of foot and like evasion, and you just wanted to get that anyways, go for it. Or go take that on rogue. You know, like, yeah.
Or if you're doing solo, do multiple character solo.
Wait, you could take 3 dancers and 1 fighter, and the fighter gets 5 turns. Where are you getting... Oh, wait, the fighter gets 1. No, the fighter gets 4 turns. Where are you getting the 5th turn?
Yeah, maybe 4 turns. Yeah, because the fighter's turn plus the 3 extras he's getting from the dancers.
Correct.
So 4 turns.
Which, if you would just have a party of 4 fighters, it would just have 4 turns anyways.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's literally a 1-for-1 conversion. The thing that you're doing with a dancer is that you're maximizing the potential of spells, of like limited time effects. If somebody just seems to be on a like with Barbarian and 5e, how it's like, if that thing didn't make an attack this last turn, it's gonna lose that rage. Mm-hmm. Use the dancer to let it go on ahead and go qualify for the rage again. You know, dancer into both dancers into the previous dancer, and fighter. First dancer get into the fighter's actual turn.
So this means that the fighter
the fighter had to use their turn already.
Yeah, the fighter went.
They don't store the
extra turns.
Yeah, they don't store the turns.
And
they had to have already gone.
The dancers still get their other turns on top of they're one being used for step up as well.
Correct.
So it's just free turns extra for the fighter, which is pretty good. It basically ends up amounting to a passive at that point, where it's just as long as you have a dancer in the party, you'll just get the extra turn.
Yeah. And like, as much as it might sound like this is like supercharging one character, it's really not. It's like, this is just one character they formed a really complicated way of playing 4 different characters. And like, if they wanted to go that route because they thought that this sounds super funny, go for it. Like, and I want the system to say like, yes, do that. Yeah, sure. If that sounds like fun to you guys, fucking do it. Because like, I remember really early on in 5e, whenever people were saying that 5e was busted because you could roll off a party of like all clerics. And that was like, that meant that the cleric was too good. And I'm like, is it? Does anybody really care? Like, it's funny. Sure, go for it. Like, if that sounds like fun to people, let them do that, you know? So yeah, if somebody wants to roll out there with like, I've got my 1 Giga Chad fighter and a bunch of dancers that are just following him. Dude, that sounds hilarious.
Cheerleading squad.
Yeah, go for it. Fucking yes, please. Oh my god, that sounds so funny now. But yeah. Now, if we even wanted to go crazier with it.
Yeah, I think everything works out. We'll see if Chris finds a way to break it.
Yeah. Pass it over to Tree Up Monk, yeah.
Like, break this.
Like, Chris.
Hold my beer.
Yeah, here's how the action economy breaks down. Can you break this? It won't be meta, probably. Well, I mean, we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, that fighter's gonna be a fucking Beyblade. Yeah. I think there's something so funny about that. Now, what I will say is a little scary. Although I don't actually think it is hastened. But if that's
what does hasten do in this again? I forget.
What it currently does is about to get deleted. Oh. Its speed is doubled and it can take 2 actions.
Okay.
Now, this is such a high magic effect right here, we can get rid of it. It's like, is it cute? Yeah. But like, we can get rid of this. This would already be so good if it was just its speed is doubled. And that's already like a highly magic effect. I don't think we need hastened and slowed in this game. That is so Final Fantasy. Yeah, alright, ladies, let it rip. Yeah. How good is Step Up on casters? I mean, they get to cast again. It's no different than if the dancer had rolled up a wizard. This is the thing. I love this about the dancer, that it makes people go like, holy fucking shit, that's good. And I'm like, it's no different than if they would have had 2 wizards on their team. So getting rid of slowed and hastened actually helps out with that. I need to look over at Barbarian real quick though. Wait. When you go Berserk. Hang on. Ooh, hang on. Ooh. Oh, wait. Oh, Barbarian. While Berserk, you can take another action each turn by taking 1 fatigue each time you take that action.
I like the like expenditure risk versus reward thing.
Just like that feels rip and tear. That feels absolutely scary. And we can get rid of the hastened in the other areas of the game. Because it doesn't really function like a status.
And it makes it more unique for them as well.
Yeah.
Because they're the one that gets it.
And a smart dancer knows what he needs to say. Yeah, I'm like, strategize. Go for it. That pump's diminishing returns set in when repeatedly used to cause one PC to expend resources, it seems to me. Maybe. In which case, cool. I like the trade-off. I like that it's like, well, yeah, you keep supercharging that dude to like go like crazy. Of course, I mean, that battery don't go forever. I do like that idea. But yeah, I do think there is an argument to be made that it is less effective on casters than it is on martialists. Yeah, not a complaint. Yeah, no, I got you. Now... Take another action each turn by taking 1 fatigue each time you take that action.
Oh, I'm trying to decide how much of a dick I want to be.
Oh?
Robot characters can replace their battery power system with a tiny reactor core with an ability. Do I want to make that explosive?
Dude, here's the deal. I look for areas where I can give people the savior fantasy. That to me sounds like if they can figure out a way to self-destruct and save their buddies, they're gonna go for that. So like that's like what I did with the sorcerer in Vagabond. Sorcerer has its moments where it's like you can fully fucking go crazy unloading your big Nova. And that would be a huge, spectacular moment for that sorcerer. But if you do that, you explode. Like it's a big power move. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be fun to self-destruct. You love that. Yeah. So like with tap, oh shit, I feel like InDesign might be about to not have a great day. Uh-oh. Here we go.
Well, I already gave them in the next year. They have the ability to take critical blast, where they do this like awesome, like mega hit thing. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. 1 second.
There we go. How is it doing that? Yeah. I think that type of fantasy is the kind of thing that people really do want.
Stupid survey. I think I'm not going to make the reactor explosive because if a GM wants, they could just do a GM intrusion for that, I think.
GM intrusion to kill your character?
No, like if you're like critically injured and you're dying or something anyways, the GM can be like, hey, group intrusion time. You guys want some experience? Your robot's dying and going into a meltdown.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think that that hit whenever like the reaction that people had whenever I first introduced tap into Vagabond was the thing to me that I was like, people really want that fantasy of like, this is that like Vegeta Final Flash against Majin Buu kind of thing to like, I need to make this sacrifice, you guys go kind of a, cheesy fantasy. So when mechanics where people can see that happen and be like, that would be worth it to do. Some people fucking eat that shit up, man.
Yeah, I think we'll get it. Like the player can do like a player intrusion and be like, I'm going to spend experience to like sway the scene and be like, I'm going to explode as I die. And they can still do that at the end.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Like I'm gonna spend this intrusion myself.
I've made a bit of a change on how that works in Cypher. I've sort of split how the experience for advancement works and the experience for like intrusions works.
Mhm.
And I've called it sway, and I've made sway for players a meta currency tied to the player, not the character.
I like that term for it more. Sway. I like that better than intrusion. Like
Yeah.
if I hear intrusion, it sounds very like
Negative automatically,
which is in a way
strange because intrusions aren't meant to be like that. They're just meant to sway the scene like just the scene. But I've made it a meta currency. So if you say play a series of one shots with your friends, you could and you've done really good role playing or really cool shit, you can still get rewarded between those one shots and carry it with you.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Not everyone wants to play like a 3-year-long campaign.
This fucking orphan is driving me crazy. There we go. Is anybody gonna notice that? No. Let's make it even less noticeable though. About 11.9? Maybe? 11.8. Maybe? 11.7? Okay. So this first line, let's get that back to 12. Make sure that the distance up over there is fine. Okay. Now these two, 11 point, let's go 5. Let's go 11. Let's go 11.2. 11.4. Cool. Hey, look at that. Layout wizardry.
Yeah. It's funny when people are like, why are you slightly adjusting the spacing or something in this one area? It's not standardized. I'm like, you know what? But it looks nicer.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to do a little tweak just to make something fit just right.
I do everything I can to get rid of. Yeah. This fucking orphan is driving me crazy. Yeah. 2 times the health reduction. You can skip your move to reduce your current and maximum health. And yeah, there we go. You can skip your move to reduce your current and maximum health and gain mana equal to 2 times the health reduction, which can exceed your maximum mana. This reduction ends when you rest and also expends any mana exceeding... expends? Any mana exceeding your maximum. Which also removes any mana exceeding your maximum. Oh, follow. Doing. I don't know why he does that.
So the current and maximum health is being reduced by the same amount you're gaining on the mana. Just to clarify, it does work how it says, right?
You're getting double the mana.
You reduce your current and maximum health and then gain mana equal to 2 times the health reduction. How much are you reducing the health by?
Whatever. If I'm like, I need to reduce my health by 40 to get an 80 mana like surge here.
Oh, okay. So
you can do that. Yeah.
You can choose the amount. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you can reduce it by as much or as little as you want. And this is one of those things where it's like, wait. Oh shit. Hang on. When you cast, you can reduce your current and maximum health to gain mana equal to 2 times the health reduction. I think this song might get me in trouble on YouTube, actually. I forgot. I think they sampled porn for that fucking song. I just suddenly hear like and I was like, okay, we can next one. Can exceed your maximum mana. This reduction ends when you rest, which also expends any mana exceeding your maximum. I feel like if I figured out how to get rid of this, then I don't need to like do all this shit with the orphan over here. And I get rid of this orphan right here. This reduction ends when you rest, which also expends any mana exceeding your maximum. If you die by using this feature, what if you die using this feature, you don't die until the cast resolves. If you would die using this feature, you don't die until the cast resolves. You just came back to that. Yo, what are you guys expecting, right? If the reduction causes you to die. If the reduction causes you to die.
Yeah. Instead of having it as like a formula thing for the 2 times the health reduction, could you just write like twice the health reduction? I'm not sure how you standardize normally writing that stuff.
I've been using 2x the health reduction. I've been trying to get away from the way that they write formulas in 5e. Because the thing that I'm hearing is getting anybody... I haven't heard of WotC's C&Ding many people. But the people I have heard them getting C&D'd is because of the natural quote-unquote language and the game mechanic expression that they've been getting hot shit for.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't think WotC was really going after people.
It isn't frequent.
It doesn't surprise me if they're starting to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they pissed off their biggest supporters in the community. I mean, they're bleeding money right now. Like the whole company is just hemorrhaging money.
I like that better. If the reduction causes you to die, the cast resolves first. Maybe instead of saying the word die again.
If this reduction causes you to die, you don't die until the cast resolves. The cast resolves before your death. What are you doing?
Well, the cast still resolves. It just feels weird having to say die twice in the same sentence.
If this reduction causes you to die, you don't die until the cast resolves. Might save you the line. Oh, what are you doing? I can't figure out what he's like. He's just in here like whining at my feet. You're okay. Oh, wait, did she shut the door? Hang on one sec.
Sorry, you die after the shit happens. Critical blast.
Okay, gotta look out. Here you go. The cast still takes effect. The cast still occurs. The cast occurs first. When the spell expires, so do you. If you die and the spell goes off just after, that's effectively the same. If you die from the reduction, the cast... If you die from the reduction, the cast still occurs. If you die from this reduction. If you die from this reduction, the cast occurs before your death. That makes sense?
The cast occurs.
We can get...
Yeah, I think so. Or I know you were using the word resolves before. I don't know if resolves or occurs better. Either way, I think it would make sense.
So resolves means like all of the dice used for the cast are all the math has occurred for it, right? Like we know the results, we know the meaning of all those rolls that occurred. You can't change that roll whatsoever. Once all of that has happened, then yeah. So we could say the cast resolves before your death. Fuck! God damn it! I can... Okay, hang on. Kerning. Are we gonna play this fucking game? Come on. It's fine. It's only a -3. Alright. So... I do like that, actually.
Yeah, that's a little bit... I didn't like using die twice in the same sentence because you're reusing like the topic of the sentence twice, which is redundant.
Use that word has better weight. Yeah. It resolves is after everything that goes into an action occurs. Like this is a word that I've defined in the terminology as like, yeah.
Yeah, so I was thinking resolve would be better.
I'm gonna open up the back door for him real quick. Do you need to go outside? Is that the problem? Is that what's going on? Oh wait. Oh. You probably don't want that thing on you, huh? Oh, that's what's bugging you, huh? Yeah, these two assholes have needed to get some shock collars put on them.
Oh.
Yeah, they're... It's really just for Amelia, because she goes out and stays outside at 2 o'clock in the morning and will not come back in until 5 o'clock unless we go out and get her ass.
Oh.
So we're trying to change that behavior. Oh. Wait, why is that not paradigm? There we go. Follow. What are you doing, bud? There you go. Yeah, okay, now he's a happy boy. Okay, so with that, we'll go back up to the dancer. And actually, we will, let me take him out and see if they just need to go outside. Maybe that's what's driving him crazy. And we'll be back in on this here in just a second. Apollo is not innocent. That motherfucker rolls around in the dirt. He's a dog. That's what dogs do. Is that in development? You're actually having fun with it, doesn't it? Hell yeah. You've only had the vibration and sound and haven't needed the shock. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna let them out. I will be back. Here. Do that one. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me let them out, get up, stretch my legs, get coffee, and we'll be back here in just a second.
Coffee.
I know, right?
I'll be back too.
cooperative extension service for more information. Conserving energy is everyone's responsibility. Call 4-H to find out how you can do your part.
All right.
Hey.
Hey.
You're making fun of me.
that just intro back was so funny. Yeah, Paulo had to go make Dookie, didn't you? Yeah. Okay. So
Robot is done. One more flavor. I'm done this section.
okay, so this is already a way less high fantasy dancer than what I wrote for D&D. Now, I want to bring something over to kind of compare it to, and that is the rogue. So, alright. So we have the Vanguard over here for what that would be. Rogue is getting its quick reflexes at second. Honestly, we're going to move evasion over to the rogue as well. I don't know that we're going to move this over to the pugilist, because the pugilist doesn't really give a shit about dodging.
It doesn't make sense for me for the pugilist because they're not like, fancy, like agile monk. I picture it as like, big, tough some bitch.
Yeah. It kind of made sense on the hunter, but I don't know. We'll I don't want to just throw this one around and be like, this goes on everything. It's not Frank's Red Hot. Giving it the expertise, it's not an expert. It wouldn't really make sense to give it a martial technique either, because this just isn't really specializing in the attack action. But whenever they do take the attack action, because they get it in response to something else. Oh, shit.
Yeah, boxers bob and weave, but a pugilist doesn't necessarily mean like a trained boxer. You could just be some like random thug in a bar.
Oh, no, it is only once per round. That's right. Wait, so what happens if they get the... What happens if they get the crit on the dodge check and then they get the extra action out of that? They wouldn't be able to use step up, which is what we want. That okay. How about once during your group's turn? Yeah, that's what that needs to say on step up. Once during your turn. There we go.
Hey, Phil.
Hey, what up, Phil? Boxers do bob and weave, so evasion sort of makes sense. Yes, but they're also wanting to stick to that enemy. Now, so here's the trade-off, right? If you do dodge and you decide to move away, you've not only opted out of like getting hit with the opportunity attack or whatever, you also can't make an opportunity attack against them. That it is an anti-stick measure, right? So like, there's a little bit of like oddity to that. Now, we can say over there with the pugilist, like, whenever you dodge, you can choose not to move. If you choose not to move as a part of making a dodge, something else. Maybe that's a thing we can do.
Yeah.
That could be there could be a little fun interplay in there somewhere. If you, while you aren't wearing heavy armor, what if it's like, if you dodge, or parry an attack and remain in place, if you dodge or parry an attack and remain in place, you can make an additional, you can immediately make an attack. Like, maybe. That would be more of like a quick riposte. They just don't need evasion. That's pretty clear. Oh crap, let me go check the back door. Amelia, what'd you just do? Make an attack against anyone or against the attacker. I mean, most likely it's going to be the attacker, but like, I don't think we really have to like totally lock that in. If we leave it open, it's fine. I like doing that in some cases. Like, leave it open and vague. I only really try to tie up and do cleanups like that if it's like really required to make the mechanic work. Like, otherwise, if people can figure out inventive ways to get some meat out of a thing, I try to not mess with it.
The more rules you impose, the less creative people can be. Because
Spitball for a pugilist. Well, because they're sticking. You think that they have a follow through mechanic where they follow any enemies with dodge? Like, if an enemy moves away from them. So that's partially what intercept is supposed to help out with doing. And I mean, so if you intercept and you intercept to grapple, you're already basically doing that. It would be funny to come up with a contrast. So I'm going to write that in. Like, don't make an evasion copy, make a contrast. That would be fun. I'm going to figure out what that's going to be whenever we get there. Oh yeah, I also meant to write, what was it? Varany Monk-esque push. Because that's what we had down here with fisticuffs in the second part. We'll figure that out. Evasion can go away because we're going to have some other different type of it kick in right there. Going back up to the dancer, though. We're not going to let ADHD win today, boys. Alright. Fall away reverse is good. When you dodge an enemy attack, you can choose to knock that enemy prone. How about when you dodge an attack, you can choose to knock the attacker prone? Well, nope. Nope, I know why this can't work this way. When you dodge a melee attack.
Oh, yeah. That's a distinction.
That took me, I was like, wait, why would you trip the archer? Took me a second, then I was
That's
like,
impressive.
okay, that's a really good example right there as to why you would limit a mechanic.
Yes.
Yeah. Because right there, the narrative of it wouldn't make a goddamn bit of sense if it was, yeah. Yeah, teleports behind you. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Do you have to be successful? Nope. And yeah, you should have to be. Yeah. I think you should need to be, yeah, when you successfully dodge a melee attack, you can choose to knock the attacker prone. When you successfully dodge a melee attack, you can choose to knock the attacker prone. I don't think we need to spell out no check, no action. Okay. You see some Fire Emblem inspiration? Oh, 100%. Yeah. That's, I mean, I thought that having a dancer would be a cool concept to have in D&D. I was never happy with dancer as a bard subclass because I don't really get why they would get all of the bard shit that comes with it. By the way, I also don't like D&D's bard. I've been very outspoken about how Vagabond's bard is not going to be like D&D's bard. I wanted to kind of come up with something that felt like it was a support in a unique way. And I mean, honestly, everybody that's like in our generation and has played Fire Emblem or Final Fantasy or now Slice and Dice actually, and they're familiar with like Dancer as a fantasy class, they always know it's an action economy support. So, yeah.
I don't know if there's ever been a version of D&D where I've actually liked the bard.
The fact that they have never brought on a musician to consult them on a bard, I mean, because like, I mean, I guess if you're thinking about it, it's just a game. Why would they?
Well,
but
like think of the origins. Like originally a bard, it didn't mean musician. It was more of a storyteller. And then it just, for some reason, it just kept adding and tacking on more and more musical stuff over time.
Yeah.
But like that's never been represented in like any edition of D&D, like very well.
There is a very interesting way they could justify bard getting spells. Because I mean, literally, I could explain music like it was fucking magic. This all has to do with like the overtone series, just like sympathetic resonance. I mean, there's all kinds of things that you could say, like, because music is twisting emotion, it can make you feel certain things. Just the overall feeling of inspiring awe and beauty, where we otherwise should not be. Like, we should just be some dumb monkeys that you know, that's our lives, right? But for some reason we hear music and we're like, yes, right? Like, that's incredible. The evolution, whatever, doesn't have a great explanation for this.
Well, it's weird because like back in the day, like bards originally, like if you look at like their like where like the term comes from and stuff like that, it was about them being storytellers and lore keepers, not necessarily entertainers. And in earlier editions of Dungeons and Dragons, they were like that. They were more intelligence based. Like if they got spells, it was because they've like sort of tinkered around with magic just long enough that they could like write some spells in a spell book, and they were like a mini wizard.
Right.
And then in third edition, I don't know where they were going with that. And since then, I don't know.
I mean, at some point, someone took the inspiration for like, music is going to have a bit more of a interpretive role as to what the emotion does. You know, like the emotion is a thing that we can gamify a bit more beyond the idea of, your character's making these checks against monsters or what the hell ever. They're making the checks against magic. Because, like, I don't think the original saving throws had a saving throw for fear. Right? It was like death ray, poison, wands, petrification.
There were some really very specific ones.
Yeah, but like there wasn't one for fear.
I thought there was saving. I don't remember.
I don't think there is.
I'm too lazy to get up to get the book that's literally on the shelf right behind me.
Yeah, am I right on that, Phil? You said correct. I was just making sure.
I can't remember. Here it is. Para poison, death magic, rod, staff, wand, pet poly, breath weapons, and spells. Yeah, so you're right. There was none for fear.
Yeah, so like they weren't really toying with the idea that like emotion needed to be expressed in the game. Everything was more about like physicality and legitimate like mental psychological warping and twisting of your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Emotion wasn't really a specific to it. Troubadour is a gendered word versus bard. Is troubadour gendered?
Is it?
I don't think it is. It's a French word. A French word for songster, I think. I don't think it's actually gendered. Troubadours is the femme form? Really?
Oh yeah, etymology masculine.
You were a music major? No, I was too.
18.
Yo.
Hey,
I thought I'd jump on for a hot second because it's quicker to explain it verbally than to try to type it out. The original Beck Me saving throws were a general blanket category of like stuff. Like rod, staffs, wands also includes when you're targeted by like artifice or machinery. Breath weapon was like an area of effect sort of thing that wasn't a specific spell. Or like petrification was like, or paralysis was like if you're scared stiff, and that would qualify in that same sort of zone.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are like different modes of where you get fucked over.
They were just
so if what you're fucking your team over with fits kind of in one of these ideas or modes, then use that saving throw. And they had many instances, or if you're going to get crushed by something, make a breath weapon saving throw because that represents dodging out of the way in time. It's very vague, but very specific wording for what the saves are, but also meant to be in stuff like that without really going into what stuff like that actually is coded as. So it's kind of wonky.
Once my mind really wrapped around why they were doing it like that, it was like, oh, okay, these aren't like literally the only things you're saving against. It's more of like an interpretation of the effect itself.
Right.
Like the physicality of the action of saving versus a death ray or whatever. Yeah.
Right.
Like that clicked. Yeah.
Right. Like it would have been better if it had like a tag, like dodge, like dodge defense, or single target defense, or mental emotional attack, or reduced action economy. But those are such clunky words, it wouldn't have jived with what they created in the 70s, of course. But that's kind of how like Pathfinder would translate it if you want to be like ultra crunch zero heart about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I had to say.
Oh, right on, man.
I'll bounce. See you later.
All right, later,
All
Phil.
right.
Thanks for popping in, man. Oh, man. How about a dancer ability that forces foes to dance? So that leans in a lot more on the, like, kind of goofiness of, like, more JRPG-inspired dancers. Or, like, the 5e, like, you know, Otto's Irresistible Dance kind of thing. And this is more, like, kind of pulling back from that. A lot of Vagabond, from what people are going to see, is going to be, like, it comes in, elaborate, leaves. Bill's a busy dude.
Yeah. Full work. He streams about 5,000 times a day. And
Yeah.
he's working on like multiple things at once.
Yeah. So if this is going to be a bit more rooted towards real, like lower fantasy than 5e. And there's a lot of 5e elements that I think are just straight up JRPG Final Fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to reel back in, like, without killing a little bit of that heart, you know what I mean? But, like, kind of, yeah.
Well, I would say that Vagabond is high fantasy, whereas like D&D 5e is like super high fantasy.
Yeah, 5e is like super, like,
because you're literally
superhero
fantasy
yeah.
superheroes.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is high fantasy. Grounded fantasy. I like grounded fantasy, but I could still get how people are saying things like, nah, just look at your sorcerer. You know what I mean? Like, I can get that. And I'm still be like, okay, I don't know. But it is where, it's like about where I feel I really like that character expression. That bust a move. Yeah. On a scale of Merkborg to 5e, how deadly is Vagabond? Honestly, like, I mean, I think it actually sits right around where Shadow Dark is, if I'm being real.
It's hard to baseline that because it really depends on, I mean, the setup of the game, what kind of like group, like the style that you're going for. Some people might like play games, like I can make the simplest game deadly if I wanted to. So,
yeah. Vagabond seems to keep the distinction between high fantasy casters versus low fantasy marshals. Not necessarily a bad thing, just something you noticed. Huh. Like, should I expect characters to die every 3-5 sessions, etc.? No, not really. Like, the thing for me was, if a character was gonna die in Vagabond, it should be communicated pretty clear that, like, this is what happened, you know? And players are given enough safety tools in here to make sure where it's like, even if something went against your plan, you're given measures against that, which you also don't really get in something like a 5e. This is where, like, luck comes into play. Luck is essentially, like, preventing you, like, in 5e, you know how, like, whenever you get taken down, you are down and you're making saving throws, and you're essentially just flopping around on the ground, dying. In Vagabond, if you do get reduced to 0 health, you do die, but you do have the opportunity to use luck to just plot armor yourself where you're still up and active and can do things. So you're not just, like, floundering around, wasting your time to see whether or not you've died. You're gonna know the answer, you know.
you've incorporated a streamlined version of narrative tools to combat the biggest issue that I've had in sometimes like D&D or Pathfinder, where sometimes the entire party will just wipe just because the die rolls sucked, and that kind of sucks. Like, you're just like, well, it wasn't my decision that did this. We just died because reasons. Whereas like you have a safeguard against that. It's like, yeah, you could still die. Like in that playtest we did with Treant Monk, he got owned.
And he I mean he got surrounded. And I mean there was another thing I could have been doing there where it was like, oh, I should have been tracking flanking, and I just spaced. Yeah. I was so caught up in the fact that he was surrounded by 8 of those guys. I was just like, well, we're gonna see what happens.
So like and that was very much a decision thing. He was in that area. He was in the open. We realized there was guys around. So like it wasn't just raw dice. And then with luck, he had a way to try and save that or shift that. And it gives us a lot more options in Vagabond to guide the narrative a little bit, but still have that chance of like you're gonna get fucked up if you made bad choices.
Yeah. If I were to make an adventure, how deadly would I make it? So I just kind of okay. So I have a general guideline where I'm like, I try not to worry so much about the balancing of encounters like D&D. And I'm more so like throwing fun shit at the characters to fight, right? This might sound really weird, but what I mean by this is like in Vagabond, I'm really less worried about making sure that the damage numbers and all that stuff absolutely like I don't think that you can equate or like algorithm out a fun fight. And I think that in doing that has like kind of killed a lot of the soul of what makes a lot of OSR shit a lot of fun. Like I love pulling up an OSR adventure and just seeing that someone's like on the encounters, D4 mutant goblins, and I never see a stat block. I'm like, cool, whatever the fuck that means, go for it. I get that that's not for everybody, but I love that feeling of thinking like, you're probably going to know better than the adventure designer what's going to be right for them. Mm-hmm. You know, like what there's systems out there like Black Sword Hack that are designed around this, where they give you very, very sparse like bestiary stuff, and the rest of the time they're just like, look at this table over here. What level are they at? Cool, throw that number at them right there. And it's just like, the rest of it is like, let the game get out of the way. You guys do what it is you want to do, right? Spouse wants to continue your TV episode binge, so you need to bail, but enjoy the land of 1,000 dances. Keep. Hey, thanks, Gus. Thanks for popping in, man. You're into it, to be honest. You go into a cave at level 1. Oh, it's a dragon cave. Well, shit happens. It makes sense. Makes the world feel real. Well, like, and this is not saying that, like, this isn't saying that, like, oh, yeah, we're gonna throw hard shit at the players all the time. It's not that. It's like, this is an engine, and there are encounters that I'm going to be like, well, you'll have a rough idea as to what the threat range is like with these things. But I'm not going to make the claim that I can produce a challenge rating system that is going to absolutely equate out to, if you do this, it's always a fair fight. It doesn't really click. Would I say that Treant Monk's character situation is things working as intended? I don't think it's really worthwhile to either say yes or no there. Because, like, I mean, his character got flanked. There may have been other things he could have done in that situation, but, like, I don't necessarily think that the end-all, be-all is how lethal things are in the game.
Yeah.
Plus, Chris was just figuring shit out with the game. Like, he was there to demo it. The game's had an evolution since then, too. But, you know, it was chaos.
It's a different play style, like a perfectly balanced board game-esque thing versus, like, an RPG where it's just, like, you're just going in and adventuring and having fun. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
I just play very differently.
That reminds me, they also lost a player about 15 minutes before that encounter happened.
Yeah.
Because remember, Ricky had to leave.
Mm-hmm.
That was one death in a one shot out of how many total players who played the encounter. Yeah, that is another thing. Is like I've run 30 people through that adventure now, and I mean Chris is the only one who died. You know, and it was honestly just like the chaos of what all had happened. It's an adventure that is like the situation is constantly evolving. I have not run that adventure the same way for any of the groups I've run it for. That's what actually has made that one super fun. Temple of 1,000 Swords is exactly the kind of dungeons I want to keep on writing for Vagabond. I love that, like, yeah, every time someone's played it, or every time I've run a group through it, everyone's reacted to different things, discovered different shit, uncovered whatever about it, yeah. You're asking because as a DM, you have to temper your players' expectations. I suppose it's up to me as an arbiter. Like, you have to temper their expectations. I would say it like this. So, like, with Vagabond, it's like we've been saying. So, like, Vagabond is kind of a reaction I have had after, like, designing a lot of D&D shit over the years, where I feel like D&D has gone so far in the realm of superhero fantasy that it no longer resonates with me. I am not interested in the current design sensibilities and philosophies of Wizards of the Coast, and the company is also just shitty. So, like, they're taking D&D in this direction over here, and I've always kind of had my idea for, like, I love some aspects about this game, but not others, and that's sort of what evolved over into here. I also just really like a lot of the aesthetic of some of the, like, OSR stuff. I like the hackerspace. You know, I love the idea that the OSR movement right now has so much content that's out there that just works for so many different games. And that's what I want to kind of go towards. That's what I would love to see the TTRPG space go towards. Is like, someone picks up the book of Vagabond, and they really like an adventure, but they want to run it in Merkborg instead. Fucking take it and go. Like, go have fun with that. Please. If you see stat blocks in Vagabond that you're like, yeah, but I want to play that in Cairn, take it. Go. Have fun with it. You know? That's the kind of mindset I want to have with TTRPGs moving forward. I just think that there's something so cool about that culture.
Mm-hmm.
Deadliness of a system is always dependent on encounter building, and the game is not at a point where encounter balance has been rigorously tested because the core class powers have been evolving. Yes, that too. You should really watch Dungeon Meshing. I think, man, everybody really wants me to watch this fucking anime. It's gonna be an easy piece of media that you can point to and say that. I mean, there's tons of this genre has got how many fucking movies and TV shows? Yeah, I mean, if I just say like Conan, I'm like, probably that's where I would kind of point towards, is like probably stories like that. It's definitely elevated from Tolkien, but I mean, I've given a whole, you know, page of touchstones and everything. You need to watch it to appreciate its monsters at the very least. I will watch this anime.
Which anime?
Oh my god. Okay. Now, third level. This class needs something. It needs something that will scale. Imagine matching straight up a Vagabond campaign. I will watch this fucking weeb shit, alright?
I like my weeb shit. What weeb shit are we talking about?
Yeah, right.
Oh, Delicious in Dungeon or whatever?
Is that Delicious Dungeon? Is that the Japanese name for it? Dungeon Meshi?
I don't know, maybe.
No.
But yeah, no, I mean, they're not wrong. It's actually a legitimately good representation of dungeon crawls and like the fantasy style. Yeah. They're not wrong.
I will check this one out. I will. Okay. Are we working on Dancer? Yeah, it's definitely evolved into something much more different than it was. English and Japanese. Okay. Turn that one up. Yes. Okay. Now. Oh my god. All right, got it. I'll watch it. All right, now I've got to think about the third level feature. So they need something to scale that's going to keep getting better with them as they improve, because that is just what Vagabond class design is like. The core with Step Up does get better, but it's not like a quantifiably better. Nope, you know what? It is quantifiably better. You know what? We don't need to bake anything into that, actually. It's quantifiably better by the fact that everybody else's shit is getting quantifiably better.
Yeah, that you're giving them a boost so that they can use their scaling shit. That makes sense.
Yeah, so we actually don't need to do that. Okay. But now in lies the question, what does this class need? Because it's good. I mean, this is right now insanely scary good. But like, what does it need? Like, they have evasion, helping out their defenses. Fleet of Foot is probably the strongest positioning tool for any skirmisher. Step Up is incredibly good. Third level. So if you look at Rogue, they get their modularity of I pick up this expertise. Looking at Vanguard, they're getting Wall, which is just another oomph to their defenses. Looking at Fighter, they're getting Indomitable. Fail a defense check, choose to pass it. Yeah. Okay, so defensive. Third level, Innervate for Druid. I mean, like, I could just give him Martial Technique and call it a day. That's not interesting.
No. You might as well have them unique in some way as well.
Yeah.
Reuse as less as you can.
Maybe they can just get a simple speed bonus.
They're already getting a lot of movement stuff. What else would dancers get? Something to do with their... Like, they're always working out and dancing, right? Something to do with, like, their, like, innate fortitude or, like, endurance of some kind. So they're very athletic.
I mean, there's always just ignoring ignoring fatigue when it comes to rushing. Okay, so you ignore up to, I don't know, for the purposes of your you ignore it for 3 fatigue when making checks and being fatigued doesn't prevent you from taking the rush action. I mean, that's good. And that is very endless stamina-esque. It may not be incredibly exciting, but yeah.
Well, you can't make every bit exciting or it's just going to be too good compared to the rest. You want them interesting, but not everyone can be like, this is the be all end all.
Yeah. What does fatigue do again? It's a penalty to D20 rolls. So you ignore up to -3 on whenever it comes to fatigue. Now, how are you getting fatigue all that often? If you're pushing whenever you travel, yes. There may be other aspects of the game. Something could incur this, or something could give it to you. Maybe something that allows them to use the same action as the target to step up. I feel like that's a little bit video game combo-y, and it doesn't really totally click. Like, oh, well, now suddenly you can cast that spell that wizard casted too because you're a dancer. That's very superhero fantasy-esque. Team tempo. An ability to pay with movement for other abilities. I don't know.
That's more resource tracking. I'm not sure you'd want to do with it.
Yeah. We're trying to keep these to like passive effects that are just good. We want it to hit and not really be a thing where it's like, oh yeah, I've got this feature over here that I've used this many times per day. Now I've got this other one over here I've got to track as well. This is a very 5e kind of way that things get written. Okay. So oh, what's the move here? So there's like endless stamina as an idea. No, I mean, I can do like 10 feet less and do a weakened strike instead, no tracking involved. Unlimited cow turn? Where someone activates multiple abilities? I mean, I don't really know how that would happen so far. Oh, yeah, Pro ZD, that's right, yeah. Choose to knock the attacker prone. It's like, okay, that's fine. Jesus, what's the move here? You know what? It's not really intuitive that this only works on your turn. Once per turn, you can use your action to perform an enlivening dance and choose a being that saw you. Target can take an action if they've already used their action this turn. Yeah. This round.
When lava pours out near the sea surface, tremendous volcanic explosions sometimes occur. In time, submarine seamounts or islands are formed.
Yeah, we'll let that work. Because, my design is very antsy 5-minute explanation of how to deal 0.5% damage is what I mean. A good short. Oh, yeah. What's a good shorthand for that? Designed by reduction, or my favorite word for it is take the horn at your fucking face. There's an old like jazz story about I think it was Coltrane was talking to Miles Davis on a record, and Miles had just gotten done with the solo, and Coltrane was up there, and he was just going and going and going, and he kept flubbing like the last couple couple bars of the take, and he was like, Miles, how do you end a solo? What's your thought there? And Miles Davis looked at him and he goes, you take the horn at your fucking face. And that just stuck with me forever. This is also the same guy who whenever a reporter asked him like, hey, if you knew you had like a minute to live, what would you do? He said, I'd choke a white reporter. The reporter turned around and walked away. Miles Davis was notoriously cantankerous, so yeah. But anytime somebody was like asking him for advice, it was always that like delivered with that like, what the fuck do you think? Like,
yeah, but you accept it because he was a legend in his own
yeah. Oh yeah. Like, I mean, the guy had great advice, and sometimes you do need somebody to deliver it to you like that plainly, you know? Like, yeah, take the horn at your fucking face.
Anywho, everyone, we have now reached the jazz portion of the stream, as every stream seems to happen here. So
hey, it encompassed 20 years of my life, my guy. Maybe Gronk design philosophy, where you don't have to understand all the moving parts of the system to play. Maybe, I don't know. I honestly just like the rules light mentality of like it. Like, you don't need the paragraphs to get the fantasy across. You know, like, I promise you, once you've looked at this and then you go back and you look at like a 5e book, it's gonna feel like my brain just got the crud skimmed off of it.
I think people don't realize, like, if you ignore 5e and Pathfinder and you look at most other RPGs, yes, there are exceptions, but most other RPGs, they are much simpler and more straightforward.
The vast majority of TTRPGs that are being made by people who really, really, really understand like a lot of practical play in TTRPGs are moving toward rules light. Like, I know Paizo plays a fuckload of Pathfinder, and that appeals to very specific types of players. Not many games are keeping up with the Pathfinder in 5th edition, like, more, you know? Yeah, the rules get out of the way of you being able to play. Yep. Yeah, you can make a complex RPG, but you better take most of that complexity to deliver something interesting, and most don't. I like it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, yeah. World of Darkness, Genesis, Skirts, etc. Your luck on that has been terrible. Like, whenever I was first told about, like, yeah, check out some other TTRPGs that aren't D&D, and I was like, all right, what should I be looking out for? And people were like, Pathfinder. Okay. Fate. Oh, really? This? Oh.
Those are like the extreme ends.
Yeah, I was like, this is... I'm not about to get into this. I'm good. Like, I'm fine with 5e. This is a problem most people face, especially if like you were getting into TTRPGs and you got in with 5e. Like the issue is, I think people will look at some of these way crunchier systems like Fate or Pathfinder and think like, oh no, I'm good though. I'm fine with like 5e though. I'm happy with that.
Wait, what
But
did you call say Fate is a crunchy system?
do what?
Did you just say Fate is a crunchy system?
Fate is more nebulous, I feel like. Fate doesn't really give me enough.
Oh, for me, there's not enough G in the RPG for it.
Yeah, like it. How do I put it? Okay, so crunchy's not the right word there. Fate's too floaty.
Yeah, I will agree on that one for sure.
I need more, like, there's plenty of people that love
Fate, but there's not enough.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that love Power by the Apocalypse. I'm not one of them, and that's fine. Plenty. I have no problem with people that like, Power by the Apocalypse games. I'd play one anytime. LB's called me up for, Monster of the Week. All good. I'll totally go play it. But that's because I'm playing games with my friends, not because I'm choosing to play Power by the Apocalypse. You know what I mean? It's not crunchy, it's mealy. What a disgusting way to describe that.
Like I'll still play Fate. Like I had an actual play on my channel where we did Secrets of Cats, and we had a ton of fun. It was great, but it's not a system I can go back to regularly.
Yeah. You genuinely not heard of Fate? You're better off for it because the layout on it's fucking terrible. Like,
yeah,
dude, it's the ugliest book. It's the ugliest TTRPG book.
It's not just the layout, but they'll mix bits of the rules into a lot of like extra purple prose,
yeah,
and like long descriptions. And if it wasn't for the SRD, like it's not a great book for being a rule book.
The only other one I think that I would criticize is like it needs a total overhaul on the layout. Have you looked at the Call of Cthulhu books lately?
I have not. Everyone keeps telling me to because they're like, "Oh, great game," and it's actually more popular in Japan than D&D. But I haven't
just a
like
D100
actually
system.
looked that close at them.
Yeah, I mean it's a simple D100 system. Like it's not crazy complicated, but the books would make you think that you're reading a goddamn like college textbook.
Oh no, I think didn't we look at a couple of pages of that together the one day? And
yes,
there was like some really bad. I think I remember that.
The super weird low contrast of like the brown on brown that they kept doing.
And there was like weird like outlines in the images. Like it looked like it was like someone's like first layout job.
Well, because they had exported it with like so like the PDF that we had was,
I remember now. Yeah.
So the white little dashed lines that were on there, that all has to do with the way that they exported the Adobe file type.
Yeah, I looked it up. It was specifically an error with a certain file type and a certain export and shit.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it was literally every single image in the book, and it was like, holy fucking shit. They put this up on like Drive-Thru RPG. This looks so bad. But I think that the system, I mean, D100 base, and it works. Like, and I think that a lot of people like it because it clicks. You see the math on it, and it's like, oh, I get why this is good for me to roll under this number. Gotcha. I think people really like that. That Dragonbane came along and like squished it down to a D20. But I get why people stick with like Call of Cthulhu and Magic World and RuneQuest and all that shit. I get it. Fate is bad, but let's not allow World of Darkness or Cyberpunk to get away scot-free. I've personally never played Vampire the Masquerade, Hunter the Vigil, Werewolf, the Howling. I don't know.
Apocalypse, I think the original.
The Apocalypse. Thank you. Yeah, I've never really gotten into it. I am also not like that vibe just doesn't really resonate with me. It's just not the kind of thing that I'm like, yeah, I'm excited to tell that kind of a story. You know? That's just a personal thing. Again, different strokes, different folks, all that. It's like I was just talking with Kedden here about like Dune hasn't really grabbed onto me yet, you know?
Yeah, which is fine. You're allowed to be wrong.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. The right to be ignorant. The biggest issue you have with Call of Cthulhu is how much buy-in the players need to roleplay, and that's a very specific type of person. Like, oh no, you go mad, better recreate a player. Like, it's just... there's certain things with, like, these types of games that I'm like, yes, cool, I can get behind that idea. That's fun. This is a thing I'm going to have to work out with when it comes to the Spaghetti Grindhouse. Love Tarantino flicks. Love spaghetti western stuff. But now I'm gonna have to figure out how to tell somebody how to tell that story. How to be those characters. You know? And that's the difficult part. Fantasy, everybody's like, I get what it means to be a wizard. Cool, I can take that. But if it's like, okay, how do you be like Uma Thurman's character from Kill Bill? What does that mean? Or whatever, you know? You would argue games like Arkham Horror, the living card game, can deliver Call of Cthulhu stuff quite well. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wonder, honestly. Number one, role-playing sanity has just never appealed to me. It's never been a mechanic that I've thought personally it was like... And again, no shame to anybody that does. It's all you. But, to me, it's never been the thing that I was like, yes, I'm looking for a system to specifically do that. Yes, that's what I want. I think the way that they handle it with Year Zero engine and Vaesen is at least like it's giving you a tiny bit of meat. You don't
I don't like to expand on it too much myself either in those situations.
No, it's not that I don't like Dune or anything. I have zero exposure to it, and I'm not going to expose myself to it until I read the book. It's literally just I don't have an opinion. Like, that's it. Sounds like Vagabond Spaghetti Grindhouse would benefit from PBTA style playbooks and moves. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, that's been a whole other reason why I wanted to get this one out, because I have so many ideas going on right now for Vagabond as a system core with a deck of cards. I know, I can see the vision of that happening. Yeah, when your character is reduced to 0 shits and they quit and you make a new character that still believes they can make a difference. Yeah, whenever you become completely disillusioned. Okay. So... This is okay, but like, ugh. It's here. And I always hate whenever I say that because it means I'm just not happy with it. What am I not happy about? I don't like the fact that nothing super scales, but it's not like we really need to, because everything that you're going to be using is going to be triggering for people that it does scale for.
Yeah, its theme is that you're helping other people do their shit better. If you have something that's infinitely scaling as well, that could actually work to your detriment as the designer.
Yeah. 7th level. So they've got busted moves, stopping that. We've moved out another piece of it that went over to evasion? No. Fleet of foot. That's where that went. Okay. I don't know that I want it to be called endless stamina. You ignore up to 3 fatigue when making checks, and being fatigued doesn't prevent you from taking the rush action. This is a bit too analog horror for me. You're out. Disrupt the signal constable. Hey, later, Phil. Thanks for popping in, man. Would the dancer be considered infinitely scaling if the people they're helping are technically scaling? That's kind of my thought process. Because I'm like, let it do that. Because everybody else that you're helping out is getting insanely strong. So as are you. And I guess in that case, the thing that we need to look at is if everyone else is getting better and everyone else is doing really, really well, what's the cool thing here? We have a lot of stuff that means that you got, despite the fact that you are giving other people actions, your stuff is also triggering vis-a-vis everybody else acting.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we can have a feature in here that says, when an ally takes a certain attack, you get something cool. Or not when a certain attack. When an ally takes an attack, or when an ally uses the action granted by your step up. Okay, maybe something like there. These are moments that we can take a look at. You have favor on the next.
Their main thing is to be supporty, and they don't really have anything in the way of like defense or anything. They don't really need it. What about some sort of like restorative to like their health or something? Even if it's minor, if it's constantly happening and you're constantly getting yourself moving.
After you use step up, you have favor on the next check you make before the start of your next turn.
Oh, that works.
Well, but all your dodge checks against intercepts are already favored. So, like, that could be redundant. Fuck! Not able to be hindered? After you use step up, your checks can't be hindered until the start of your next turn. This is the new break a leg, right? After you use step up, your checks can't be hindered. Until the start of your next turn. Your checks for the round can't be hindered. I mean, that pushes you to keep using it. This is a midline. Yeah, they're definitely midline. You stay visible, but that's it. Like, you want to stay the fuck back. These hips don't lie. The old Stop Me Now kind of did the backflip stuff. Maybe? At the moment, you don't see a way for me to backflip over an enemy, which sounds very dancery to me. Yeah, you do. It's at first level. You can move through the space occupied by other beings. Flavor's free. Just say you leapt over the motherfucker. I think that this is actually pretty good for 7th. I don't know that 8th could actually stay on there. You can take a second action during each of your turns. That can't be there. That immediately unjustifies step up. Yeah. Okay, it was yeah. There you go.
One of our country's greatest concerns. If we don't start working on energy conservation, there may not be enough energy to go
straight up, your checks can't be hindered.
about how we can solve some of our problems through alternative energy sources. You can learn more
Wait,
about
after you step up, your checks this round can't be hindered.
extension services
Boom.
for more information. Conserving energy is everyone's responsibility. Call 4-H to find out how
So that means at the beginning of the new round, before you've had your turn, you can be hindered again for a bit.
Say that one more time.
So it's the checks for the round. So if the round ends and a new round begins, but you haven't had your turn yet, that means you can still be hindered. Oh no, can't be hindered until the start of your next turn. Do you need to have both for the round and start of the next turn?
That's what I just tried to get rid of, right?
Oh, okay. Oh,
So
okay.
after you step up, your checks this round can't be hindered.
Now, what
and-
if you wrap to the next round, but you haven't gone yet?
I mean, it's gonna be generous on that, where it's like you're. So this is like from the time that you act until the next time that you act is that round, right? That next time that you are
okay.
taking an action to do this thing, that upcoming action would not benefit from this, right?
I was just clarifying the system language of what a round is. Like if the round begins, like has a
Yeah.
certain beginning, in which case this round ends once everyone's done their actions and the new round begins.
Right.
So if the bad guys go and it's a new round, that means you can still be hindered.
Let me just ask you this. Is it easier to track if it's the end of your next turn? Or does that make it harder to track?
It depends on when you want it to trigger. I would say because if you say it's the round, then once again, there might be a section where they don't have that anymore. If you say the beginning or the end of your next turn, then at least you know exactly when it's triggering during the course of the round.
Yeah, but I mean, practically, how I mean, this maybe says like in a 0.0000001% of all interactions that occur in the game, this could not function for a check.
Well, not necessarily. Like I look at it this way: say
Yeah, I'm kinda
the
trying
bad
to think
guys
of,
are
like,
going
when.
first, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And the players went second. You did
Uh-huh.
your step up. You can't be hindered. But then you start a new round because that round is over. You can suddenly be hindered again because that's no longer the same round. If you're like your system language, is that not when the round begins? Would that not be a new round? So that means all the bad guys get to go again and you're no longer immune to being hindered.
Let's just say,
It depends on in the system language what exactly you mean by a round, like how it's defined.
it would be until your turn comes up again.
Okay, so there's no clear start of a round. A round is everyone's turn is a round. Because I know in a lot of RPGs, a round has like you start it, people go, and then it ends, and then it's the new round.
So, after you use step up, your checks until the start of your next turn can't be hindered. Oh, not sticky keys. Get the fuck out of here. After you use step up, your checks until the start of your next turn can't be hindered.
I think that would clarify it better.
Okay. I don't know. I'm trying to gauge the reaction on that because this is okay. Again, it's not a huge, crazy.
I'm not sure about the feature, but at least the wording for that is better.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it, right? It's like I'm not 100% sold on this feature.
I'm hanging out with Taron on his stream while doing my own thing. Lily says hi.
You might want to make that effect apply to the dancer and the target of their step up. I mean, part of it is we were wanting to give you perks here. I think narratively, though,
You like his shirt?
huh?
Lily likes your shirt.
Oh, shucks. Thank you, Lily.
What the flag?
Yeah, I'm rocking the Johnny Knoxville core today. I think it's kind of cool if, because of the narrative, right, break a leg, if it does apply to the target of your step up. But that's a lot of targets this would apply to eventually. You and your buddies getting that. I mean, I kind of wonder how dumb this gets right up here. You can target 3 beings with step up rather than 1 at 10th level. I don't think there's a world in where that's realistic.
Mechanically, it's okay. It's not cool.
That's the thing, right? Is like this now feels like there's such a basis around step up where I'm like, it's not exciting.
And at this point, like if you were having an increment, you even could have just put that in the step up thing, and it wouldn't have been other abilities. It would have just been like, and it scales at these levels.
Yeah.
I would not say go with it.
3 is a full standard party. I mean, you're effectively, once you hit that level, you have doubled. Well, no, not really doubled. So it's like at first level, it's really not a difference in the action economy. There is a 0% change, right? Whenever you get to 5th level, it's a 25% change. And then whenever you would get up to 7th level, it's a 75% change? No.
Well, 7th level, you still have just the not hindered thing, right?
Sorry, whenever you would get up to 10th level with that. So basically, here's the way I'm looking at it, right? Party of 4. Okay, let's say P1, P2, P3, P4. Okay. So let's say all these people are getting an action, right? Action, step up to P1. All right, so total actions taken 4. I mean, realistically, right? Someone just someone sacrificed their action to give it to somebody else. Call it staying alive. All right, now let's do this same thing, but this is at level 5, right? So they have to distribute this to 2 different targets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what's happened here is we've experienced a 125% increase in total action economy for the party, just because you hit 5th level. Now we've hit a point where a scary increase has now happened. If we hit 10th level and allow this to scale,
It'll be 150 from the original.
Yep.
That's like, I mean, it's not a 1-to-1 ratio, but it's almost like adding 2 extra party members to a degree.
That's
Obviously, it's
kind
not.
of fucking cool. Like, I think if you were saying your class capstone is a 150% increase in the action economy of the party,
Mhm.
I mean, it's strong.
Oh, it's strong. You are giving yourself the weight of 2 extra characters. Is how you can really think about it.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, it does require 3 other players. Yes. Or you have a buddy that's playing a conjurer of some kind. Or they take animal companion. Or you take animal companion. Or you get a familiar.
You get your dancing bear.
Yeah.
Or hell, maybe you're the asshole of the group and you give one of the extra actions to the bad guys.
Or that. Right. Is a one... Okay. Man, I wish Chris was up right now, or around, that I could just get him on here. 150% increase in the action economy.
Mathematically, it is strong, but maybe not overpoweringly strong. It's there's going to be ways people are going to find a way to finagle that to be awesome. But once again, balance is whatever.
Because the thing that I keep going back to is that up until 5th level, this dancer is no different than somebody who had just taken a duplicate character option.
Mhm.
As soon as you get to 5th level, it suddenly becomes something different. And then whenever you hit 10th level, this character is actually causing the party to be kind of a fucking wrecking crew. But I don't mind it. And I kind of think this is the thing where you could really show off how scary that is with a very, very small feature. Very small text. And sometimes the things that I remember most about games are those small little mentions. Like those small, tiny little texts that make such a huge, huge shakeup.
I mean, it's definitely a level 10 feature if it's going to be anything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No shit. That's the
since
capstone.
it's just a mathematical increment, I would suggest that whatever the level 9 feature is should be unique and flavorful.
Yeah.
Because 10 is just going to be a +1 to something.
Choose a being that saw you. The being can take an action. Look, we just need to make this an ally. You're going to be using this on allies. Don't you use it on an enemy? Why would you do that? Just don't be a dick.
Well, what if it's a neutral party?
I mean, in pretty much any conflict, someone's either going to be an ally or an enemy.
Maybe. I've run plenty of things where there's been like 3-way combats of
All right.
bullshittery.
Okay.
I'm just devil advocating this. The likelihood of it happening is slim.
Is this what the dancer player is signing up for? That they're just going, that they're just doing that every turn? Here's my thing. Most people that know the fantasy of this know the source material. And if they saw this, not only are they seeing the source material immediately resonate, they're seeing that it gets better than the source material. So I think that they understand that this is what they're signing up for.
I can see where he's coming from because their primary ability is I'm not going to do anything.
But see, this is why this is Amanda's favorite class that I ever wrote. She exists in a way that makes other people go, I fucking love having you in a fight, and she can just go, you do the thinking and the decision making that you want to do.
I personally would have no
yeah.
problems playing it either. I like kind of just being like the useful support that gets the praise, being like, I love you, thank you for being existing.
Yeah, right.
I remember in Pathfinder First Edition, one of my characters was the Life Oracle, where I literally just stood there in heavy plate mail and I was receiving half the damage that everyone else was receiving, and I would just heal myself. Like I just stood in the middle of combat, did nothing, and healed myself.
Yeah.
It was great.
It's every 4 levels you gain in this class hereafter. So that would be the scaling for that we could start removing, because we have double time. Ooh, wait, actually, I might have it here. Hang on. Step up. Double time. 10th level. Step up would be at 9th for the cap, because of the way that the math is going to work on this. Double time. Dancer. 10th level. You can take an action, or you can take a second action after you have used your step up feature.
After you use your step up feature. Here's a thing with step up right now. Is there anything stopping you from targeting yourself?
Yeah, you have to target an ally or a being
Oh,
that
does it
saw
say
you.
ally? I thought it still said being.
It did, and then you got all persnickety about it, and then I had to fucking change it. And now I'm looking at it, and I'm like, yeah, Ken, that's the reason why I fucking had it like that.
Well, I'm just saying being is wrong. You really should have put ally.
That's a fair way to limit the second action. It actually lets the dancer play the game again. I mean, it's not a matter of playing the game again, I don't think, because, like, there are plenty of situations where, like, it is more advantageous for you to use your action for other shit than step up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, someone else that's in a really bad position, but, like, you have the ability to stop the gate of, like, demons coming through or whatever. If you run up and hit the button, fucking go run and hit the button. Who cares if, like, that guy gets another action or whatever? So, like, it's all about the situation. In the majority of, like, in the majority of situations, you're definitely, in combat situations, using step up on your buddies. Because it is really good. But you getting that situational additional action is making it to where you almost don't really feel like step up is affecting you all that much.
It turns it into a passive at that point.
Yeah.
Like an aura effect.
Like the best fucking passive you could ever have in a TTRPG. Like, holy shit.
And you have a being that saw you, so I almost picture like you doing this like awesome dance up on like the parapet of a castle in the distance, and your allies are like, yeah.
Okay. So 3rd level endless stamina can be what that's going to be. Here's my thing. Whenever I look at a feature, one of the things that's like my own quality assurance check that I do is I look at it and I go, would I feel better if that just wasn't even on my fucking character sheet? Is this going to be worth the real estate it's going to take up? The pen, pencil that it's going to be written with. You ignore up to 3 fatigue when making checks. and being fatigued doesn't prevent you from taking the rush action.
How circumstantial is fatigue right now for like a not barbarian?
Most of the time, you're going to know that you're getting it. But what this also means is I can start throwing this into monsters.
Okay.
I mean, that's what the Shadow's doing in this system. It's not doing the strength reduction, it's doing fatigue.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. If there's more circumstances like traps or creature abilities or anything like that that are fatiguing you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's one of those things. We can make it good. Like, it's going to require a little bit more work, but you can make it good. Possess Shadow, right? Yeah. It's like Strength Drain. This is also making it easier to track because it's not actually impacting the score or your level or anything. Roll a d10. If the result is higher than the target's might, it gains 1 fatigue. Targets that die from this rises as a new shadow. So, things like that, you know. So there will be other effects in which fatigue will kick in, and it's basically going to be replacing all the old level drain shit.
Okay, so still circumstantial, but not like rare to find or anything. It's
correct.
It's still going to pop up.
Yeah. I'm just in the mood for Boards of Canada today for some reason. Okay. So it's not bad to have it in there. This is going to be a thing where I'm going to put it out and ask people for their opinion on it. Endless Stamina. We need a better name. Chat. Let's hear it.
Yeah, that's not a good one.
I like full of life. That like, what's that? Unstoppable. We've already got Unstoppable all over the game, though. We've used that one to death.
Well, let's think of something that professional
Breathless
dancers.
dance.
So professional performers, cocaine addiction.
Drumline? Don't Stop the Beat. Maybe. I mean, I feel like we got Don't Stop Me Now in here. Well, I guess we don't. The Hustle. Tempo. Actually. Own Tempo. Yeah. I kind of dig that. Yeah. Hey, Pokemon. Yeah, we get the music pun in there. Own Tempo. 8th level. All right, what have we had so far? Armor Titan is getting that. 4th level? Fall Away Reverse. Ooh, wait. We could key off of something for Fall Away Reverse. Maybe. Reactive features. I mean, it could just be 8th level. Dodging doesn't cost you speed. It doesn't cost you speed to dodge or disengage. I mean, that's good. So, I mean, yeah, okay. So it doesn't cost you, wait, as long as you're not incapacitated. No. Yeah, here we go. While you aren't incapacitated, disengage. You can disengage and dodge. without spending speed. Hardcore override for the game for a lot of stuff. That's not a reflex. This should be... There's quick. This is reflex. There has to be something else in here. Step, right? Feather step. Feather step. Sure. Maybe. I feel like that's already a feat. I feel like I wrote that name as a feat. Familiar, Ghost Stride, no.
For bust a move, that's the one where you can end an effect, right? What was
yes.
What was I like bust a move is a good name, but I almost feel like Coda.
To replace that?
Yeah.
Any reason why?
Oh, I just thought it'd be more like bust a move, like you're ending an effect, whereas like I don't know, Coda.
Coda is at the end.
Right. Like Coda is like when you're like what does it mean? At like the end of a piece or the end of a section or whatever?
Essentially, yeah, it's like a section that comes at the end. Usually codas, you have like if I'm reading through a piece, it'll tell me like DS al coda. So I go back to the Del Segno and then go all the way through until it tells me to go to the coda. And the coda is like a separate section written to end the piece.
I wasn't figuring out, like, I mean, it's just a name, but I wasn't figuring out how bust a move would cause you to end something like paralyzed.
It's not great at it. Yeah, it was more so that it was just like, get going with it or something, yeah. I guess.
That makes sense.
Bust a move is also pretty lame, so and we won't have bust a move and break a leg right after each other. But quick step, and maybe why not just have unconscious negate active abilities? I'm not sure. Oh, why not have unconscious negate ability? Oh,
Dancer only class 11th level feature.
Oh, because I don't want you to be able to use this while you're paralyzed. That's why.
Yeah.
There is a very short period where you can actually paralyze a dancer, and I want that to be a thing that you should know. You need to jump on top of that. Okay.
Yeah, being unable to move should be kind of your weakness.
Yeah.
With this.
You can take a second action after you've already used step up this turn. That's kind of funny, as like you could say it's repetition, but I like double time in there. I don't know why I wasn't even thinking about like the music puns on that. After you use step up, break a leg is cute. I'm fine with keeping that one in there.
I think that one's pretty good.
So you were saying coda. I love coda for a thing, but I don't know. Coda immediately makes me think it should be like the final turn of a combat, but that's literally impossible to determine in a TTRPG until it's already over.
Looking at this step up, do you have step up also limited? Make sure you're not incapacitated to use it.
You can't take an action if you're incapacitated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's already covered. Basically, you just can't act if you're incapacitated. If you aren't unconscious at the start of your turn, you can end an effect causing you to be grappled, paralyzed, or restrained. So these are things that have stopped us. Right? So you've given pause. Wait, y'all are really showing me a lot of your music taste. Yeah, Coda is more music than dance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not call it Allegro or high tempo or something? Or you could just call it Allegro, high tempo or something.
What are dance terms?
Allegro.
It's probably my normal music terms than I do dance terms.
Yeah, Allegro just kind of means like rapid and quick, whereas this is I'm not totally sure. This is like an end to a pause, right? The fuck is music and how does it taste? Grapple, paralyzed, or restrained. There's gotta be. Accelerando.
Degage is to disengage. Coupe is to cut.
I think Accelerando could work. Coming in earlier than expected. I think Accelerando could work. Hang on, I'm gonna put that down for right now. And it's breaking up the alliteration on some stuff. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, Bard's got a lot of music puns too. So, Feather Step is here. Freebie disengage and freebie dodge at 8th level. Does the pathing on this make sense where there's like Accelerando at 6th and Feather Step at 8? Or if I flip those, is that more exciting? I think flipping them is a lot more interesting.
If you're in so the Accelerando is the one where you're having it cancel effects, right, or conditions right now, and then Feather Step is you can disengage or dodge without spending speed
if you aren't incapacitated.
If you aren't getting incapacitated.
And then Accelerando would be the upgrade.
Yeah. I do kind of like the idea of the Feather Step happening earlier.
Yeah, that's what I think needs to happen.
Especially if they're going to be like a midliner support or whatever. Give them a little more survivability.
Yeah, because this other one is like, if the bad shit has happened, now that's there.
Yeah.
And Feather Step is way more of a passive. Feather Step needs a different name.
Let's see here. I got a list of dance
Maybe.
terms. It's good.
Is fancy footwork used yet? No, but I don't know. Pog, he picked mine as placeholder. We take those. Impactful things add to bog down, especially when it comes to so with 5e, with Pathfinder, etc., does having all these feats, effects, conditions, and other layers of descriptive impactful things add to or bog down, especially when it comes to combat, pros and cons? I mean, it can do both, I guess. Yeah, I think making a widespread assessment as to like these always do X, Y, or Z thing, this isn't really all that helpful. I mean, I think that if you're more reductive on it, like you can get a system that delivers the same amount of crunch, because that's what people like, is the crunch. But whenever people say something's bogging down something like combat, as of right now, combat's like maybe lasting 5 to 10 minutes in Vagabond, and that's where I'm like, I think we're fine. Like, that feels pretty fucking quick to me.
I will say, considering that I've had D&D games not that long ago where I'm like, all right, I've done my turn, I'll be back in an hour.
Yeah. Like Fire Emblem, the dancer is all about positioning. It positions wrong, it gets fucked, so anything to keep position good is worth it. I think so. Like, I think Feather Step is definitely worth keeping. Okay. So Feather Step is in here. I was wondering if there might be anything else that would be worth, like, replacing the name with. I mean, to everybody that's played Vagabond at this point, you probably know just from looking at it, this dancer is fucking... We got rid of flares, which were the most, like, kind of un-Vagabond-esque aspect of it. This is still a very good dancer.
Oh yeah.
Like, this class right now is scary good.
Oh, question. What is there anything you have to do special for getting up from prone? Like if you're knocked prone, or do you just say, yeah, get up and...
Yeah, I mean, it's half your speed.
I didn't know if you wanted to add that for Feather Step as well. Be able to, like, kip up.
Yeah. That's a good call. Is that a 6th level feature? Is that a part of that 6th level feature? I think that is. You can disengage, dodge, and stand from prone.
Yeah, I'd say so. Because it's not like earth-shattering, like if they can suddenly stand up and it doesn't cost them anything.
Yeah.
And I think it makes sense for a dancer. Like, you see break dancers like get up from like being down on their head and like with no problem.
Yeah. Now, is someone going to be doing dumb shit like, I drop prone, I stand from prone, I drop prone, I stand from... No. Practically, no. If someone's doing that and they're like, haha, I did that in your game in solo play and no one can stop me, I'm going to be like, that's fine. You're really weird. Stop breathing on me. So, like...
Yeah, if someone does that in my game, that's perfectly fine. I'm smacking him in the face of the book.
Yeah. Yeah, now your dancers would... Yeah. Whatever style you want it to be. Yep. The spy movie stand-up. You think the dancer is too good on spellcasters? Maybe make it so it only works on marshals early on and spellcasters later. What? Spellcasters are weaker than marshals in Vagabond.
I was about to say this is more beneficial for marshals right now.
Way better for marshals. Yeah, the reliability that marshals have, and like casters being a drained battery, this is way better. Way better on marshals. The martial caster disparity in Vagabond is the exact opposite of what it is in D&D. We're still working on correcting that. That was Treant Monk's like biggest piece of critique for the game. Was there is a disparity. It's just in the other direction. The dancer's just voguing. It's not game breaking the drop and come prone. Oh man. Only issue, get up, free get up from prone is gaming advantage disadvantage on attacks against them. Considering they're only doing that on their turn, this really doesn't have an impact as to like that switch occurring on the off turn. Right? You can disengage. Dodge is the one thing that you're doing on the off turn. It's not dropping and standing up from prone, it's teabagging. Oh, fuck you, Gavin. Featherstep should say that it has to be done on their turn then?
Well, it doesn't make sense for the dodge.
It doesn't, but you can say stand from prone on your turn. The only thing is, now it looks like that could qualify to the other ones and cause some confusion. You can stand from prone on your turn, disengage, or dodge, and dodge, without spending speed. While you aren't incapacitated, you can stand from prone on your turn, disengage, and dodge without spending speed. Oh, while you aren't incapacitated, it doesn't cost you speed to stand from prone on your turn, disengage, and dodge. Right?
You can, let's see here. Let me make sure I'm caught up. Reload. It doesn't cost you speed to stand from prone on your turn.
Oh, wait.
While you aren't incapacitated, you could stand from prone. I would actually put disengage and dodge. I would put disengage, dodge, comma, and yes, I would put disengage, dodge, and then stand from prone at the end. Oh no, that would make sense. That would make sense.
Yeah, see, this is the problem that it's running into, is that because of the order of operations, it makes it read like if you put on your turn at the end of it all, it seems like that that applies to disengaging and dodging on your turn.
Standing at the moment doesn't have any sort of clarification on an action type. It's just a speed cost, right? Right now?
Correct.
Okay.
I think that's how this works. It should be and or.
Stand from your opponent's turn, disengage, and dodge.
Does speed clarify you can't have speed when it isn't your turn?
No.
Or you don't have speed when it isn't your turn? No, you have speed when it's not your turn. You regain your use speed at the end of your turn. It doesn't cost you speed to stand from prone on your turn. Right, yeah, disengage.
You have to have that one first, otherwise you'll have the and then everything else will think it's on your turn as well. So you've got it in the right order, I think.
Do I need to replace this and with an or?
Stand from your prone.
Why is this hanging me up right here? I think I replaced this with an or, right?
I think either could work. Or maybe sounds a bit better. I think either could work though.
Because I mean, you only really need to use the and instead of an or for the kind of qualifier if it means that those two have to apply to each other together. And then you can just use this or separately. My lame ass fucking non-English degree having ass. Yeah, I'm just
right.
I think that works. Okay, so or is whenever something is optional and you are only doing one of those at a time. Ah. Okay. The number of times you have to, yeah, right.
Well, or can also be taken in English as and or.
And I love the fact that this is not an expert. We're still a warrior support. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, because they say like people are looking at this, but like we got to remember you're also layering the warrior perks on top of it.
Yeah.
So you do have other things that you're going to be other toys.
I dig it. Okay, we're gonna see how that all rolls out. All right. So that's Dancer. Pugilist is the next one up on deck. And then, I don't know, I gotta figure out a third level for the Gunslinger. He's just not having a good day. And then once I do that, and I get the Pugilist worked out, I think it's time for an update. Yeah, maybe. Dancer's looking super hot right now, and the Dancer's looking extremely good. The most impactful feature that I think I've ever written for 5e got crazy fucking supercharged, so I'm a little bit worried there, but we're gonna see what it does. I want to copy paste over some of the stuff from the Dancer though to apply it to the Rogue, so we have some unification going on for like what these feature names mean. Evasion. Evasion is so good. And it won't be going on the Pugilist, but the eventual Ascetic will definitely be getting it. Evasion, they're getting it at 2nd level. Infiltrator, quick reflexes. The first time you disengage or dodge on a turn, it doesn't cost you speed. So we just do evasion, copy paste this over here, and get rid of quick reflexes. Right? Rogue. If you aren't wearing heavy armor, you can move up to 10 feet when you dodge an enemy attack rather than 5 feet. You choose if this move provokes intercepts. It still isn't you're able to disengage for free on your turn. But that's fine because disengaging isn't an action in this system. It costs you 10 feet of speed. So it's fine. It's cheaper. And then you're good. Okay. Let's go back up here. Oh wait, what was I looking at? Pugilist. Okay. So the contrast that they had was that the evasion was here. It would be fun to kind of work from there and then branch out. So they've got the scaling happening with the fisticuffs die. I'm going to go up and grab the Dancer table and bring it down here. Even vibing with the music today. Boards of Canada. I just decided to play Music Has the Right to Children and Gio Gotti back to back. And it's... Music Has the Right to Children is like one of my few 10 out of 10 albums. Gio Gotti is extremely good. I don't know if it's a 10 out of 10, but it's very high up there. Whenever I was writing the Runekeeper, like 3-4 years ago, I was basically just putting Gio Gotti on repeat. Like, there's something about that album that just makes me like hyper focus. Okay.
All right. Well, on that note, I should go start making dinner. It's 5:30.
Oh shit! Yeah, it is 4:20. Oh my god, dude, what? All right, Ked, shout yourself out. Do all that good business.
Oh yeah, I guess so. KedHup, QEDHUP. You can see my name on the thingy. Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel.
That
Occasionally
rhymes.
do YouTube stuff. Yeah, I haven't been doing as much of the YouTube in the past few weeks because I've been super busy with life stuff as well as like working on Void Home. Speaking of, you can go to my Ko-fi link from my YouTubes or whatever. And yeah, I've got a survival horror RPG thing I've been hard at work on. That's I'm getting a lot of good feedback on. So, well, check out my shit, I guess.
I'm trying to bring it up real quick. Ko-fi. Yes.
This is my Ko-fi shop, the store. Although, in hindsight, I'm not sure if we're going to use Ko-fi shop again. But anyone that gets it on my Ko-fi shop will also be getting the drive-through copy once I get to that point as well.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, yeah, man, you go do your dinner, all that good business. I need to find something to eat. Oh, my God. But, well, yeah, man, thanks for hanging out, and I will catch up with you later on.
Yeah. It was good. I was doing a lot of work in the background while you were doing this stuff, so it was like a creators summit for our RPG design.
Where we didn't get any free swag at the end of it. So just like the Wizards of the Coast one.
Oh. All right. Latest.
All right. Later, man. Okay. Now, I need food. I think Amanda's going to be off soon-ish. I was kind of trying to do today as a 9 to 5. Now, it's weird because it didn't feel like it, like an 8-hour job. That's great. I love being able to do that. Now, all right, pugilist. This could be a fun thing. So we have, while you aren't wearing heavy armor, and then, does it feel like a 16-hour job? Nah. While you aren't wearing heavy armor, and then parry badassness happens. Oh! Fucking... That's where Dig Deep needs to come in. That's where we have our contrast. While you aren't wearing heavy armor, you remove 2 damage dice when you parry, successfully parry an attack, rather than 1. While you aren't wearing heavy armor, you remove 2 damage dice when you successfully parry an attack, rather than 1. Right? That kicks on its 2nd level. Okay, now do we need to be able to knock fucking like bows and arrows and shit out of the air? I don't think so. This class needs a weak spot. Someone shooting shit at you to be a weak spot. Who chooses the dice that get removed? They just don't get rolled. But it should probably state, like, most often, those dice are, like, all going to be the same size. In the situations where they aren't, this needs to say you're removing the smallest dice first. Oh, man. Alright, what's the narrative here? You know what? Here's what I love doing. I love going through, I'm gonna look up what the brawler was in Fire Emblem and start ripping off fucking feature names. Brawler, Fire Emblem. What do they got? What's cool? What's evocative here? Brawler's Ploy, Brawler's Wisdom, Dual Devastators, Battle Trance, Brawling Prowess. I like Prowess. Bombard. Prowess is kind of cool. Pugilist to you feels more like power over finesse. Do they have anything to help them bypass armor yet with strikes? Not entirely just yet. Oh man. I hit something so hard that it ignores its armor, right? Bam. That's a... you remove... There we go. Okay. Now... Yeah. Bypassing armor, dig deep. What's the, like, oomph to it? So there's like... you could have it be so you make hinder dodge checks to bypass armor up to half your level. Wait, what? Like... Yeah. Immune is armor. What? I don't want people to confuse it. If it causes a confusion, I don't know. Okay, so you know, I don't know. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Okay. Prowess 1. Prowess 2. Prowess 3. Boy, we need to distribute this a little bit better. Unbreakable is not interesting. It's just not. Fighter's already getting cooler shit than that. Hard Knocks, we've already got. Prowess. No, wait. Whatever this becomes, it's gonna have. That's what I meant to do. Okay. Eighth level. Fisticuffs, right? Okay. You saw a rogue class on Reddit that was kind of funny. You need to add one of those. A rogue class? Right. Oh, thank you, Titania. I appreciate that. I'm just kind of. I think I'm hungry. I'm hungry tired, and that's what I'm trying to like kick through right now. A Roge. Oh. What if Dig Deep ignores armor equal to half the damage you do? I think there would be a little bit of, like, unsure on math on that. I'm not sure exactly what that would be. Favorite class iconic for Vagabond? Oh, like from the art? I think Sarah might stab me if I don't say the Magus, so the Magus. This is cooler than Endless Stamina. At least it's more in theme for the pugilist. Fisticuffs is cool. Getting the Fisticuffs upgrade at 6th is good. Underdog is cool. I think we can have that stay online at 4th. Dig Deep. That's not really evoking what this mechanic is. Neither is Underdog. Underdog is more Dig Deep. Yeah. All right, 3rd. What are you? Haymaker? What are my favorite Vagabond stories? One of the people that found out the mermaid's silver bullet and just got her restrained in nets, dragged her on shore and stabbed her was like so fucking funny. That's still like one of the funniest stories I've ever heard come out of a TTRPG, just ever. And that was the thing that cemented for me that I had to keep silver bullets in the game. Where it was like, this is what's going to make all the bosses more interesting is, yeah, the stabbing fish on, yeah. Whoever it was, thank you for fucking telling me that story, because that was so goddamn funny to hear that they found out that, oh shit, we can't kill it while it's out in the sea. What are we gonna do? And then the immediate, like, almost It's Always Sunny, like, cold cut to just like it's so fucking funny. I mean, really, it's just been seeing people's eyes light up whenever they realize, like, they see the casting system for the first time, or like, you know, like they see combat go by and they're like, oh, okay, that's all right. I'm down with this. Yeah, the equivalent of shooting fish in a barrel. Yeah. This is like a haymaker. There is the follow through. I get where that's coming from. Impact is kind of cool. Impact. Oh. Alright, like that's kind of cool. Sting like a wasp? You mean sting like a bee? I kind of like impact. Wasp because it's more aggressive. Prowess impact. You just level divided by 3. Right here? Two, 3, impact 3. That is ignoring +1 armor. Checks the grapple and shove. Wait, was that a part of the dancer? Why the fuck would that be in there? That needs to get gotten rid of if that's the case. What was that from? That became own tempo, right? Yeah, ending the grapple. You ignore up to 3 fatigue when making checks. And being fatigued doesn't keep you from taking them. Right. Okay. We need to give the beefy, nice pugilist thing and still deliver on that contrast, which is kind of cool. Own tempo, 3rd level. They're getting impact. No, you know why we don't do that? If people want to opt into that, they can by taking that one warrior perk. That's why they would do that. We don't put it in here. They can go and grab that if they want. Please tell me the pugilist has an ability called something like Hear No Bell or similar. They've got, and that's basically what Dig Deep is. You make checks against being knocked unconscious, becoming incapacitated, or dazed with favor. Boom. Just like, stay up. Yeah. 9 gauge fist? Here we go. All right. Pugilist. What else do we got? What do we got to knock out? Fuck. Which... I've also got to pass this off to Steph because Steph agreed to do a cultural consultation on this one. I'll get it out and then I'll have her check it. Hear No Bell is a better name than what? Dig Deep? How much would I say that Vagabond would work for a Witcher S campaign? I mean, you got the character options in here. the thing that I think sells it on The Witcher is more of like the grimdark kind of world, and I think that this probably has the crafting system to support it. But I would say that your bet is going to be to go between like The Witcher has its own TTRPG that I have not read through yet, so I don't really know what to say much on that. But I think right now, I legitimately like what Zweihander has going on. I think that Zweihander has an interesting health threshold mechanic. And The Witcher just feels like it has a more narrative combat to it for some reason than tactical, you know? Yeah. The stuff with the Siren is definitely some Witcher type stuff. I mean, like, I'm leaning in on the idea that there's, like, weaknesses and things like that, so maybe some people are going to feel that way. There's definitely, like, Witcher-inspired material all over Vagabond, but, yeah, it's not, like, specifically a Witcher-style thing. Oh, yeah, I've watched The Witcher. Yep. I saw Yennefer and I was like, I am here for this. Food recommendation, tiki masala or tikka masala. Tikka masala. Tikka masala chicken. Wait. No. Yeah. God, this album's so good. Hey, yeah. Hey, what sounds good to you for dinner?
I don't know, but I am starving.
Yep.
I've actually got Brent on the other line. I'm stopping by the dispensary for him and Dylan. Or for Dylan. House.
Okay. Alrighty.
Early, but yeah, something. Yeah, I don't know. I'm dark.
That is helpful. Okay, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
All right, love you. Bye.
Love you, bye.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. Meow. Meow. Okay. Maybe something like that. This all looks amazing. Oh, it's so good. That with that naan is just, oh. But I have to pace myself on it. If I have it like more than once in a week, oh god. Bacon carbonara. Oh my god. Okay, I've got to eat something. Okay, 10th level. What does this witch want? Scry casting is decent. It doesn't cost you. Just subtle cast. Further, you can use your action to cast any amount of feature you have. As you can have active with your hex feature. This cast can only target one being. We'll see in editing, I guess, what people say about like this feature could be expressed with maybe like 5 less words. I'll go for there, but yeah. What does which want as a capstone? Orange. 22, 3, 24. Okay. Coven capstone. What's the witch's main feature? Everybody's liking it for Hex right now. Hex has an incredibly good play feel. Everybody's loving that one. But Hex's capstone is clicking online at 8th. That's a huge burst. You're not having to stack that up over time. It just fucking happens, and it's very good. And that 8th level is also getting better with you because the Hex is going to keep stacking. So Hex explodes in an AoE when the Hex target died, spreading, I don't know. What if like the alchemy stone, you give them the cursed apple? Region. Listen here. Okay. Like, Sorcerer is getting the fucking Super Saiyan thing. That's so signature. Arc Wizard is fucking crazy. That's so goddamn good. 2 less mana to augment the delivery of spells. Fuck, that's awesome. Yeah, they were getting the flying broomstick at first level. You have a bloodied status for half it. Yeah. Willie Nelson just collabed with Orville Peck on an extremely gay country song. That's definitely a comment. Reverend Mother Capstone. The bloodied thing is an interesting lead. The witch can have a familiar if they so choose, but it's not a part of the base class. Witch have a cauldron? They could. It's an option though. Always opting into that stuff. I like the idea of the coven. The witch could shapeshift, yes. How long does the hex last? 1 minute. I mean, you could have it going on. Like for a full day, I guess. Wait a second. I mean, that's more fairy tale vibe right there. And if they're like, does the party have a witch? It's like, fucking keep her happy, okay? You don't fuck with her. That actually looks scary. My worry with this, and this can be addressed right here by just changing what's in the polymorph thing. My worry was just you permanently turn someone into a T-Rex, which is a hilarious fucking sentence. God, I love this whole genre of gaming. But like, yeah, like that would be my biggest concern, is that you but that is a role and all that, but yeah. What vibes are we looking for? Try writing down some bullets. Welcome to my streams. The effect can still be dispelled, right? Yes. Yeah, it's still the same as per permanent in the essences chapter. So that'll probably need a hyperlink it somewhere. Yeah, I would like to turn the blacksmith into a gorilla. Do you have a second feature to break the witch's curse? I think. That hex is fucking scary. Should a word being less, using the word permanent is awkward to me because it can end. Well, no, it all clarifies the word permanent in the spellcasting chapter. Permanent has a specific thing in here. Good. No, this is awesome scary right here. This is that one where people are going to look at it and be like, wait, what? Wait, you can do what with this? And then they're going to be coming up with like a whole bunch of different shit. This is the thing that people are going to see that's going to make them go like, ooh, oh, okay. Now what? Like, what do we do with that, right? Because right now this is one. There is one effect that you can cause that you go, that. Like, yeah. Google is in fact scary. Wait. So you can turn into a cat however long I want. I mean, you could do that with Druid. You can cast magic on yourself, yeah. Yes. But notice, you could do that to yourself, but you would lose out on casting it on other people, right? So you're getting that nice perk, but also keep in mind until you use this feature on another target, right? I love that fact that this can flip. This can be a really fucking good buff for you, or you genuinely fuck up someone's day. God, I love how much that just like the fact that you can just keep stacking these on turns into such a like scary ass build a curse class. Oh, I'm so happy with the witch right now. But we need a 10th level. Okay. Yeah, permacast babble, yeah. Okay. At L4 you can put 2 hexes on one guy. Yep. And then at 8th level, you can dump all 4 in a single turn. Does that mean on the same target? It all is supposed to hit the same target. The witch is the single target caster, like, specialist here. Yeah, it all still needs to affect the same target. See, until you use this feature on another target right here, no matter what, there's no way to interpret it where it can affect multiple targets. This is always supposed to be spiteful as fuck. That guy right there, fuck him. Like, yeah. It's gonna be so good to troll the NPCs. Yes, it is shenanigans. This is a fuck with the game. Yeah. Okay. I don't usually like designing features as items. Can you swap Maleficium at all? I don't really have that in here right now. Mostly because there's just not that many overall. And you do have the potential to, like, learn as many as you want. Can you get the life essence for a death ward effect? Yes. Now, one of the things, though, is that you wouldn't be able to really upgrade it. It's just the effect of it. Witch's hut caps at what is that? You just get a witch's hut? Fuck that. Like, we need something cool. We need something crazy awesome here. Yeah, they are the fuck you in particular class. Okay. They've been the fuck you in particular class here. What's the... So we're talking grudge. All right, what's a... Am I familiar with Eris from Billy and Mandy? Yeah. Actually. Wow. What a... is that a deep cut? I think Eris is based off of Discordia. Grudge could be like, if the hex remains on the target for more than a day, you can hex another target without ending the previous. Yeah, she has a chaos apple. Well, yeah, I'm getting away from the idea of something that specific. The thing is with that is a very specific narrative because Eris is based off of Discordia. And like Discordia's iconography is all the golden apple and all this stuff. And yeah, so like that's a specific character beat that's defined by an item, right? Versus their entire bloodline. I'm like looking for like what's the like oomph here where people read it after all of this and go, fucking hell yeah, okay. Hey. Okay. What I like about this is that if you like did fire damage to it, your wizard would also get the increased damage die. You like it, but it's a bit boring? There's a modularity to it. Yeah, it becomes damage enabler for other magic damagers, yeah. It buffs the whole team. You make the coven stronger, right? Yeah, and you stack the effects. Imagine burning. I know I'm hungry. I'm very, very hungry. I'm very hungry and tired. Yeah, hey friends, fuck this guy in particular. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna get this update out. I like this idea. I'm gonna see what if people take to it. I am hungry. What do you want to eat? Are you? I had a burger last night. Oh, I would do El Tequila. And sorry, InDesign is crashing. Glad we got that done. Woo! Yeah, we're gonna close that. Open it up again. No, this is fine. It's all good. Roomkeeper. Have you not been seeing the Vagabond Discord? Yeah, I added the Roomkeeper back in. See what's up. Why is Discord emailing me? Oh, server money crap. All right. Oh, moderator. What did we get a moderator ping for? Oh, Discord shit. Okay, I thought someone was acting bad in the server. Okay, I'm gonna look real quick. What's the feedback saying?
Hello.
What did he do to you? Damage does not automatically explode on crits. That's correct. Yes, okay. New updates to everything? Essentially, yeah. Will you see it in your email that you bought it from? Yeah, I'll be sending out an update as soon as this one's ready to go, which should be soon, like very, very soon, like in a couple minutes. I need to do a pre-flight check. I am. Why am I gonna have to order it? Oh, okay. Wait, what kind of burgers are we getting? Or El Tequila, right? I don't know. Okay. Okay. I'm just looking at this. On error. Where'd the error be? Knock this out. Make you bigger. Make you bigger. Alright, this is gonna be the weird one. This should only take about like 5 minutes though. Right? No? Wait. We're good? There's no way we don't have errors. Are we good? Scrolling through. You play on 247. Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus.
Cut it out. No.
Get rid of you. I need to get rid of the chapter header things. Okay, undead. Primodorals. And then we will get this update out. I fucking knew it. All right. Escapade. There we go. People. We're very close. Angel? Why are you still doing weird shit? Yeah. Black. Black. What? None. There shouldn't be an override. What? That. Oh my god. What? Shock. Oh hey, what up, Crow? The class is looking good so far. My dog's name is Jesus? Yes. That's just the funnier response. Who the hell? Who would even be here right now? This. What happened? What happened?
All our trash cans that we can then broke his. Yeah, I was like, yeah, it's not. Okay.
Or
right in the
like,
driveway.
how did you hit it?
Yeah,
What?
it's like it's basically, but it's like not the
does he realize it's trash day today? And
I don't know. I have no idea.
is he asking us to pay for anything?
No.
Okay, good.
Like, I'm not mad at anything.
Yeah, because he knows he wouldn't be able to get anything out of that too. Hey man, I'm not mad or anything. I just had to take my time out of your day to come up here and bitch about me breaking my side mirror. Oh man. I'm not mad or anything. I just wanted to come up and let you all know I'm a little mad. Okay. So this. I'm gonna go over here. Uh-huh. Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, in this update. Hey, there's the rune keeper. Okay, stats. Yep. Mm-hmm. That can get gone. Okay, here, we're gonna do this. I am going to go through eventually and fix those subheaders. I just want to get this out and let people chew on things, tear it apart. Yep. Casting, nope, that's the one that doesn't need to be right there. Right, Kickstarter backers, yep. Then, yup. I really do dig Luminari. Yeah. Was I gonna was I going to rename the rogue to the thief? Possibly, just to like break up the letter. Like, maybe. I haven't settled on that yet. But yeah. Google Luck. Oh. Thank you. Okay, so this should export. Here, we're gonna do this. This is gonna take a second. In that meantime, while this is doing the export, this might take a round or two. So I'm gonna order food. Oh my god, finally. Okay. Ah, man. Vagabond beta 4.1. All right, so this is gonna take a second. Oh, out-of-date cross references. We'll get that figured out. Oh my god, I get it. These fonts are not available. Got it. Okay. I don't know. It might get a little bit laggy. But I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me while we get all this sorted out. Extraluminary not being tied into religion. Yeah, I just kind of like, I was like, there's just no reason to like tie this archetype down like that. And like, I don't know. Yeah, I get how some people like, if they wanted to play a religious character, they can. If they don't, then it's not really like imposing that on them anymore, right? And I think like having the imposition is like, why choose to like force people down that route? Yeah, it's just kind of like, whatever. All right, come on. 126. She said, El Tequila. I'm sorry to all my Mexican viewers for what I am about to order. Why did it do that? Why did it do that? It should be a 2-page cover. Why are you not changing? Page display. Page display. Why are you not doing that? Okay, we're gonna do one more export because I don't know why it's doing this. Save that. And we still gotta order food. And then I'm gonna work on getting this PDF out. ASAP. Interactive. Got it. Let's do with the cover. Well, fuck. Here we go. 2 pages. Or 2 up. Cover page. Export. Yes, the cross references are not going to totally work. I know I'm going to have to answer that about 80 million times, but okay. Talk about, now I'm interested in what I'm ordering. Yeah, I'm just getting Tex-Mex, basically. Obviously, Icelandic heritage. I was like, yeah. That's what our past order was. Did I not see it? Did I not change it? Stuck there? What's going on? DoorDash. God, I just want to order it. What is happening? Okay, come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Work, 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 work.
Now that the show is over and we have jointly exercised our constitutional rights, we would like to leave
This whole album.
very important
So good.
sometime in the future.
Oh, come on.
A juror in a censorship case or a so-called obscenity case.
Just waiting on the export and then we can figure out what we're doing with our lives.
Listening to Boards of Canada may be back next year to complain about a book or even a TV program. If you could
Any second. I know, thrilling stream. I'm very sorry.
told what to say or think. Defend your constitutionally protected rights.
Okay.
No one else will do it for you. Thank you.
Oh. Guys, look at that. Look at how clean that looks. This is going to be the biggest shakeup I've done so far. I think getting rid of the quick action was a big one. But this, I think that the game's going to feel entirely different right now. Well, I say entirely different. It's still going to be familiar, but like character creation is going to be vastly different. And what I think is going to wind up being a really interesting way. Mm-hmm. All right. Yep, entire class in one spread. Yeah, that's like the huge win on this one. I need to double check the bookmarks real quick. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm. Oh, they didn't rename any of that shit I just tried to do, huh? Great. There we go. Okay. Yeah, everyone, look. Every class, one spread. Dude. Okay. All right. I kept trying to reduce. All right. An update email should be going out within the next 5 minutes. As soon as I get to that. Mm-hmm. Bingo, bango. All right, that's out. Okay. All right. Yep. You can go get it, download it, all that good business. You can. Oh God, my hair's been looking like that for God knows how long now. All right. That is out. I need to eat. I need to get food. All that good business. Let me figure out where I'm sending you all. OSR players in the room with us right now. Why are people acting like they're... Oh my God. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Redirect. Who? Oh, Night Hero's on right now. Sweet. I'm sending you all over to Night Hero. Go say hey. Go be cool peeps. All that good business. Everything's ready to go in the Vagabond. There we go. Early access. I'm going to get some food. Y'all have a good one. Have a great night. And we'll see you all very, very soon, all right? Later!